works. Yo! Yo, yo, yo. I changed some settings with YouTube. So, to test this quality stuff. And PC should be good. I just don't know if it actually helps the quality. I don't know. I guess YouTube's got a certain way their encoder works, so you kind of have to force them to use a different encoder, but I guess I'll try and I'll see if it works. And I also hit this dual stream thing. Although it doesn't look like it picked up my face cam on the vertical thing. So yeah, that could be weird. Could be weird. Oh, let me see something. Hold on, hold your horses. We're going. Welcome. We're testing some stuff out really quick while I start this thing off. Because, hey, I mean, how else am I supposed to know if I don't try some things, you know? Gotta try some shit. So hold your horses. I just want to see what the quality looks like. I think that looks a little bit better. What do we think? Do we think the quality looks a little bit better on YouTube or what? Better than yesterday? Who knows? Who knows? I think it's a little bit better. I'll take it. I'll check it after too. I think it looks a little bit better. The PC seems to be handling fine. It doesn't look worse. As long as it doesn't look worse, I'll take that as a W. You know what I mean? I'll take that as a W. What's up? What's up? Alright, we're doing Durin Day 3. Day 3 Durin Quest. And it looks like Klee is involved in this one. And Fischl. And Yelan. And Kaya's not voiced. We were doing so good. We were doing so good. I forgot that we even went through the whole thing where nobody was voiced. And now we're here. Some say the God of Fate calls the outcome of every dice roll before it's even made. And that's why the secret to winning a lot of games is having that God on your side. Oh, wait! I'm an idiot.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in!
I forgot that I shut off my dialogue so I don't hear my characters talk. Alright, hang on. Let's hear the voice lines then. We gotta play the voice lines.
Some say the God of Fate calls the outcome of every dice roll before it's even made. And that's why the secret to winning a lot of games is having that God on your side.
Your luck is amazing, Kaya!
Oh, man. How many people still play TCG?
Your turn. Give it another shot.
Fear not, O Crimson Dragonborn, for I, the Princess of Ertalang, have bestowed upon you the benediction of the midnight hour, and with it you shall surely smite this usurper.
Mein Fräulein means to say she's rooting for you in secret. Oh, and that you must, at all cost, defeat the one who snatched her limited edition card back.
Okay. Look at them all playing together. Did you do good? I mean, I don't know if you did good. It looks like a scramble of literally every element. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's only got one of... well, that's not a good roll. But then again, looks like Kai over here. Oh, no, he's got 2 cryo.
I'm not too sure if that counts as good luck or bad.
Terrible.
'Tis not but the perfidious machinations of fate.
Unless they added something that, you know, you get a buff if you roll one of each element. That's terrible. Her teaching a kid how to gamble?
Hey, everyone!
Listen, I don't know if you've heard. It's all about gambling nowadays, okay? The kids gamble on video games. The adults gamble on Or, you know, once you hit like 18 to 25, you're gambling in the casino. 25 to 35, you're sports betting. 35 plus, now you're gambling on politics. Okay? That's just the way of the world now. Every part of our life is a gamble now. We can gamble on every part of our life.
Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon, you're back!
It's good to see you, Honorary Knight. Mein Fräulein is quite invested in the outcome of this match, so please allow me to extend greetings on her behalf.
Of course.
All right.
But if you're out playing cards, how come you're not over at the Cat's Tail?
Alcohol is still a no-no.
There's something about our horned friend over there that seems to frighten off little animals. Could be because he used to be a dragon. Normally, the animals just steer clear of him, but in the close confines of the Cat's Tail, let's just say, the feline residents probably consider it their turf. And we all know how dangerous a cornered cat can be.
True. I'm not a fan of a personal cat. Other people's cats, cool. I am not a cat person.
I just wanted to borrow one of their nests for a nap.
Well, that
What
wasn't
are
very
their
smart,
nests?
Durin.
Wait, you mean
Honestly,
cat
deserved.
sofa?
At that point, deserved.
Yeah, it's more comfortable for me. I can stretch out just the way I like. But it turns out the black cat and his minions are quite territorial.
Oh, that's racist.
Luckily, Miss Diona helped smooth things over, and they finally agreed to let me use one. But, I only get to use it after dark.
Tough luck.
Oh, Diona stepped in! You know, underneath it all, she really does like helping people.
The more likely reason is because Durin won't touch a drop of alcohol. As far as Diona's concerned, that pretty much makes them two peas in a pod. It's a shame, really, considering everything Mondstadt has to offer in that regard.
I mean, he's a year old. Year and a half?
Mondstadt's alcoholic drinks are a bit too much for me to handle right now. But maybe someday.
There's no need to force it. Who says you have to drink just because you're in Mondstadt?
I'm pretty sure they have it on a sign when you walk
Yeah,
in.
it's just, I'd really like to make some more friends. So I need to learn how humans socialize. I guess alcohol is usually involved, though. But that's why I started learning how to play Genius Invocation TCG. It's also a kind of social activity, but it doesn't involve drinking. And I've been lucky enough to receive the guidance of the Prinzessin de Verurteilung herself.
Divertilung.
Exactly! Who needs alcohol when you can make friends playing card games? Speaking of which, need any tips from the master over here?
I
You'll
retired.
wipe the floor with that opponent of yours.
No, I'm not playing. I have not played since
Unfortunately,
a month or
the
two after
luck he's
release.
having, not even that legendary card master from Sumeru could turn things around at this point.
Yeah, that last roll wasn't great. But who knows? Maybe you'll have better luck next time?
He keeps getting the exact same roll over and over. This is the third time already.
So it's getting all elements on each roll? Yeah,
If
that's
there
unlikely.
really is a god of fate, they could have cut this kid a bit of slack. Like, I don't know, make it possible for him to roll at least one other side of the dice?
I think I've lost.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
Must even
No
a
energy, no
dragonborn,
energy.
sanctified by the power of benediction, succumb to fate's insidious snares? Don't be sad, Durin. You'll definitely win the next round. You can even borrow Todoko if you want. Mom says she brings good luck.
It's worth a try.
Thanks, Clee, but there's something more important I need to take care of now.
Yeah, do we have something for the book? Come on, we gotta go write a story. Time to write a story.
The book's given us another hint, right?
Yep, and I think I've guessed where we're headed this time. Come on, follow me.
Aw, I wanna guess. I like guessing.
Miss Honorary Knight and Durin, are you heading off on a big adventure? But Master Jean said I can't leave the city today. Promise me you'll tell me all about it when you get back, okay?
Okay. Okay.
So be it. Such are fate's accursed wiles.
Alright.
Not every day you're back in Mondstadt, huh? Care to grab a drink if you're free?
Kaya, we should be able to drink by now, but for some reason, we can't. I don't think we're allowed to still. The game won't let us. Like, there's no way we're not of age by now. Wait, what? Oh boy. Here we go. Storm Terror's Lair. It's been years. It's been years since I've been here, brother.
In what sort of castle might a storybook dragon dwell? The witch turned to a mighty dragon born upon the wind to seek her answer. From afar, she beheld a solitary castle, standing lonely beneath its wings, and wrote it into words. Its walls kept out the wind and rain, yet also cast a solemn shadow. Enveloped by their shade, the story's boughs were lulled into a torpid slumber and reached no further skyward.
So that's the clue. I think we're meant to find a place where dragons live, and this time, in the real world.
There's multiple places.
I asked around, and it just so happens that there's a place like that in Mondstadt.
Yep, that checks out.
I've heard that the dragon here is called Dvalin, and that he's a magnificent creature. I hope I get the chance to meet him.
Are they gonna do a Dvalin cameo right now? It's been a while.
Wait a second. Do you think having the two of them meet is the best idea? You know, considering everything that happened in the past?
Yeah, no, bring him out. No, this Durin's different.
How would we even explain everything to him? Well, if we do run into Dvalin, it should turn out okay with us there at least.
Yeah.
Is something wrong?
No, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Let's go!
All good, Durin. I think Dvalin would sense it, you know, via heart.
So, this is where Dvalin lives?
In the past, we had to jump in.
Yeah, right into the middle of a raging storm.
If you're afraid of getting blown away, Paimon, you can always hang onto my sleeve.
All right, dude.
This isn't Paimon's first rodeo. Come on, let's get going.
Let's go. Oh, head first. I would not. Okay, whatever. To each their own. Enveloped by their shade, the story bows were lulled into a torpid slumber.
The little dragon grew with each passing day, and the story witch, who loved him dearly, built him a big, beautiful castle. Yet in the end, she herself succumbed to time's merciless march, setting forth on a journey to a place beyond even the stars. All of a sudden, the little dragon found himself alone. He tried leaving the castle to make some new friends. But already, he had grown the claws and scales of an evil dragon, just as the prophecy had foretold. Afraid he might hurt someone, the gentle little dragon hid within the castle his mother had built, and came forth no more.
All right. Ooh.
Looks like we're back in the story world. And from the sounds of it, this chapter must be about Simulanka, right?
I mean, there's been a couple things related to Simulanka Paimon, so this castle brings back a lot of memories.
Like the fairy from the Forest of Blessings, the king of Constellation Metropole, that cat lady who turns into a box.
Oh, Carrara.
Ah, yep. That would be Nilu, Navia, and Kirara.
Oh, and there's Hat Guy, too. Only
what?
only lately, whenever I see Hat Guy, I get this strange feeling.
See, I don't know. Okay, what? Because I don't know if we're talking post Archon Quest or pre Archon Quest.
What kind of feeling?
It's like there's something on his mind. He hasn't told me what it is, but I can sense it all the same.
I guess both could be true. Like, either way, he had a lot of stuff on his mind. I mean, he's always walking around with stuff on his mind.
Well, he's always been kind of...
Yeah,
Birdie.
exactly. I've noticed the same thing. Next time you get the chance, just ask him.
I guess I should focus on fulfilling my mother's final wish for now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should get started on this chapter. So, let's track you down and free you from fate's curse once again.
That day, a small band of adventurers suddenly arrived beneath the castle walls. They promised to help the little dragon cast off the curse of fate. Yet as they stood beneath the castle walls, it appeared they had no idea how to even begin.
Hey, instead of making fun of us, how about giving us a hint?
Give me a hint.
The little dragon had shut himself inside the tall tower at the castle's center. Anyone who wished to reach him must traverse the barriers that wall off his heart, for there is no other way.
Okay.
Looks like we're in for another long one.
I don't think so.
Let me try something.
Yeah, we got a little shortcut.
Ooh,
Shortcut.
Do you have an idea?
If that little dragon in the tower used to be me, then surely I'd know how he shuts people out better than anyone. Come on, follow me.
All right. Let's go, Durin. Find a way to enter the castle.
That
Perhaps we
telescope.
try the front door?
I've seen magical tools like that before.
A set of magical building blocks from Simulanka, said to change in mysterious ways when used with a magical telescope. Approach them to pick up these blocks so you cannot carry them far. After picking up a block, hold the splice button to enter splicing mode. At this time, you can move the toy building blocks to glowing connection points before releasing the splice button to complete the splicing. When close to a connection point, you can press the button to easily complete the splice. After placing the blocks on the base in front of the magical telescope, you can observe them through the telescope to compare the relative size and position. This allows you to project the blocks farther away or retrieve distant blocks. Also known as soaring toys for their remarkably bouncy tops. Jumping from their tops launches you high into the air.
It should come in handy.
What did that say? I didn't read any of it. Boom. Oh, okay, I see.
That block just got bigger.
We can get past the obstacles ahead by using these blocks to jump upwards.
Boom. Haha. Come here. Come here. Ooh. I don't think I've hit his heavy attack yet. I just noticed he does a flip.
Devouring claw! A lament for the end.
Lament.
Scatter.
Thunder!
Lament. Ow.
Stay away from me!
This place is like a maze. How are we supposed to get through?
We'll just have to check each spot.
Check each spot. Oh my god, there's chests in here. Hopefully we're not missing any. Hello. Hey, leave him alone.
Scatter.
Wake up, little buddy. We got things to do, people to see, people to greet, cheer to bring, miles to run.
We should be able to use this block somewhere.
Thank you, brother. This looks like a perfect place to put a chest. Hold? Wait a minute, what's going on down here?
It's so dark here.
Hey, there's a fire over there. Let's go check it out.
There's a llama.
Wait, is that? A little pixie that can fly. Are you here to help the dragon break his curse too?
We're here to try.
Oh, what's this? More brave adventurers bold enough to set foot in this castle? Come, join the ranks of your liege's guard.
Nilu and Navia!
Nilu? No. I'm a flying squirrel fairy.
That's what we said.
And I'm a giraffe king. Not this Navia you speak of.
Yeah, climb on. These are characters in
That's
a
right.
book.
Oh, and don't forget Catbox Lady.
Oh.
Are you friend or foe?
I don't know.
Definitely friend, Miss, Catbox Lady.
So our companions from Simulanka are here.
Simulanka is a big part of Durin's story. So, guess it's no surprise the people we were with there would make an appearance.
Okay, I think I get it now. Flying Squirrel Fairy, Giraffe King, Catbox Lady, please follow me.
Come on, boys.
The shadows
And
cast
girls,
from
actually.
the high
Come on,
walls
girls.
of the tower were manifestations of the dragon's loneliness, barring the path of any visitor who wished to be his friend. The group of brave creatures sought to aid the little dragon in lifting his curse, yet without light to lead the way. The group was trapped, waiting on a miracle.
These shadows are blocking our path. It seems like the little dragon is afraid to meet us. If only we had more firelight. But you three don't seem to fear these shadows. Why?
We got
Because
swords.
I carry more than enough firelight for all of us. Besides, even though we're here to complete the story, who says it can't look a little different this time? Before I met you all, I was so sure I'd never make a single friend. I pushed away anyone who tried to get close, until some kind of miracle brought you to me. This time, allow me to return the favor.
I'm not sure I followed all that. But you want to help the little dragon break his curse too, right?
Yes, so please, come with me.
Come on, guys. Hop on. Where'd they go? They disappeared. Okay, wait, so is this the way you were supposed to come? I guess. Didn't seem like the way you were supposed to come at first. I was confused. Thank you for this.
Looks like this telescope is missing some blocks.
Oh, let's try the one we just picked up.
Easy. Boom.
Still not enough. Guess we'll have to keep searching.
I mean, I think we can make that. Then again, maybe not. Ah, damn. Oh. Yoink. Oh, I got ink. Go to the young dragon's hideout. Boink. Oh my god. If I would've just put it on the other one, we would've made it. Whatever. Ooh, precious chest. Wait a minute, so you could have done this without going down there. So going down there was like an extra thing, or what? I don't understand. Or maybe one of these would have fallen? Did I like do it? Did I go around something? Oh well. -1.
Come on, Durin! Or, little story dragon. Just calm down!
Stay back! I don't want to hurt you.
I remember this.
Loneliness and fear had built a cage around his heart, shutting out all who would look upon him. And thus, all the adventurers could see was his shadow.
Don't worry, we can help you!
Don't come any closer.
And that was the last the little dragon spoke.
How are we supposed to persuade him if he won't even talk to us?
If you can still hear me, please listen to what I have to say. Your claws and scales aren't some kind of inescapable curse, you know? You'll overcome it one day and make lots of new friends. I'm sure you think I'm lying. After all, no matter how many times you've tried to break it, nothing's ever worked. But this time is different. I brought your friends here to see you.
Oh, what did you say?
Friends.
Hi, little dragon. I'm the Flying Squirrel Fairy, and I'm here to help you lift your curse. Will you talk to me?
And I'm the Giraffe King. Don't be afraid, little one. We're not afraid of you.
I'm just a cat in a box, but I'd very much like to be your friend too.
These are my friends?
The gang's all
Yeah.
here.
They're your friends in the future you'd be trying to avoid. I can promise you that.
Gang's all here.
They're reaching out, so you just have to ask yourself one question. Do you accept?
After a long silence, heavy footsteps echoed from the tower's shadows, but still, the one who made them refused to step forward. Though the cage to his heart had been unlocked, the little dragon remained ashamed of his claws and scales.
How can I face my friends like this?
Don't worry, little dragon. We're gonna offer up our blessings and make a wish to the goddess of fate to release you from your curse.
Spending that much time on
Just
what?
like last time!
Make a wish? To the goddess of fate?
At that moment, the merry witch made her entrance.
Alice, nice to see you again.
Hello, little one.
It's like we're
Don't
seeing
be
you every day now,
afraid.
girl.
With
God
the
damn.
blessings of your friends, your wish shall be granted.
We've actually seen Alice every day, I think.
You're the Merry Witch from the story?
Correct. It is I, the Merry Witch, creator goddess of this realm. And it just so happens the goddess of fate is none other than my dear friend, the Story Witch. I'm here to make good on my promise to lend her my second strongest spell. With this spell, she'll have the power to create an entire world. So naturally, granting your wish won't be a problem. Provided, of course, you receive your friend's blessings.
So that was one of the original books that we got in the library before we started all of this.
But before we proceed, I must check something on her behalf. Little dragon, do you accept this blessing?
I want to be your friend. So if you're offering, then yes, I would love to have your blessings.
On the story quest, any actual valuable info? There's some. And the quests aren't really that long. I mean, like 20-30 minutes if you're clicking through.
Were it not for the adventurer's blessings, this tale might have ended long ago. Thanks to them, another ending was now possible. Yet in that moment, they did not know if this blessing was truly a gift or just another trial in disguise.
What? You didn't say a word when we actually needed a clue, but now at a critical moment like this, you turn up and start playing mind games?
Another trial. Ha, that actually sounds about right. Be it the fictional problems of Simulanka or unavoidable conflicts in the real world, if you think about it, that's what they've been all along. But
Yep.
if it wasn't for those trials, I never would have met any of you. So, despite all that, I'd still like to give my blessings.
That's the spirit! Come on, Durin! Let's help you make your wish come true again!
On behalf of both my past and present selves, thank you, my friends.
Fortunately, a brave band of adventurers heard tell of the little dragon's story. Determined to lift his curse, they fought their way through countless trials.
I'm on
To help him,
Dodoko.
they offered up their blessings and made a wish to the goddess of fate. At last, their wish was granted. Shaking off his scales, the little dragon stepped out of the tower's gloom.
Hooray.
But his time in the world beyond the castle would soon teach him this gift would bring blessings and trials of its own. And as far as the little dragon was concerned, the tricks of fate had just begun.
What happened with that? What happened there? Had a little lag action
Durin's
going
wish
on there.
came true, just like it did before.
Okay, so this one seemed more like a Simulanka ending recap, though. Which is good. Simulanka was a trial. Or not a trial, but like a temporary, you know, event, map. So...
If this story was written by my mother, then surely that was the last chapter we just completed.
I mean...
So,
Yeah.
in other words, we finished it.
We got 2 days left, though, Paimon. Didn't you see the sign when we started this thing? It's 5 days. It's only day 3.
Looks like that's a wrap on Alice's task, and there's even some ink to spare.
Time to return the book?
Guess we'll have to wait for her to make contact, like she said.
Wait, really?
So, my mother's final story has finally come to
No,
a close.
something's gotta happen. Something's gotta happen, right? No. Something's gotta happen to
Sounds
let
like
us
you're a
know it's
little
not the
sad
end.
to see it end.
Back when I was still living in Simulanka, I was always under the illusion that my mother had never truly left. Every day I spent immersed in that world. It felt like she was right there by my side, still reading me bedtime stories. But now...
Durin.
Don't worry, buddy. We're all here for you.
That's right. And you've got so many other friends waiting for you back in Mondstadt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, after all that flying around, Paimon's starting to feel hungry again. So,
Oh my
why
god.
don't we head back to Mondstadt?
Back to the good hunter again,
Perfect
Daddy?
excuse for a big meal with the rest of the gang. Now that you've fulfilled your mom's final wish, a little celebration seems in order, right?
I'm
It's
surprised
just
he's not a
pity we
flying
never
pig,
got to see
dude.
that big, beautiful dragon.
Big, beautiful
You're
Bill.
really looking forward to meeting him, huh? He might not be here all the time, but Paimon's sure you'll get a chance at some point.
I know, I wanted to see him too.
All right, no worries.
I can go see him in the boss
since
fight, though,
this feast
I
is
guess.
to celebrate me fulfilling my mother's final wish, I guess it should be my little treat. Pretty sure that's how humans do it, right?
Nuh-uh.
This
This
could go
one's
either
on the
way,
Traveler
really.
and Paimon.
Yeah.
Celebrating each other's achievements is what friends are for.
We helped you,
Honestly,
but we're
when it
also
comes to
feeling
who
sorry for you
treats
a
who,
little.
Human rules are so complicated.
Yeah, this one is complicated,
See?
Durin.
He wants to be friends with you too.
Oh, holy shit, he did make an appearance. Okay, that's pretty cool.
But the moment hasn't come. At least not yet. In any case, the story should have a better ending this time, don't you think?
I mean, how did we not notice that, though? Like, we would have felt the wind. Come on. We would have felt him. We would have seen him. Whatever, though. That's pretty cool. Been a while since we saw the boy himself. We're back.
Whew. Feels like we were gone for ages. Hopefully, everyone's still here.
So, your adventure was a success, huh? Want to grab a drink to celebrate?
Absolutely not. No booze allowed.
Yo, listen, Fiona, mind your business.
This honorary knight, Durin! I want to hear all about your big adventure.
Whoa.
We're gonna order a big meal for everybody first. We'll talk while we eat. Yippee!
Excuse me. Did I hear you call him Durin just now? But wasn't Durin the evil dragon that fell on Dragonspine?
That's the old
Come
Durin.
on, This Durin isn't that evil dragon from Dragonspine. Albedo said... well, it was kinda confusing. But anyway, it's super cool.
Oh, is this your first time meeting him, Marjorie? No wonder you're getting him confused.
Still, even if you hadn't met him yet, shouldn't you have heard about him at the very least? At this point, pretty much the whole city has.
Yeah, true. Why you look angry? Is Marjorie a racist?
Why is everyone...
So, what exactly is his connection with the evil dragon?
Wait.
The name.
With those horns on his head. Surely he's not a...
Whoa.
Did everyone just forget about Durin?
Uh-oh. Hold on. We're getting deep now.
That can't be.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Durin, bad time. Durin, bad time. You're
The
gonna...
tricks of fate had just begun.
His abyssal side is leaking out a little. Uh-oh.
Watch out!
Watch out. Is he gonna blow up? Stay calm, buddy. Walk in. Oh, we're gonna purify a little purification action. Marjorie, go! Go away, racist.
No one got hurt. Did they?
No, you're good.
Durin!
And he passed out. You asked Barbara to tend to Durin and then settled him in a guest room.
I just had Barbara check him over. He's not badly hurt, but he seems to have burned through a lot of energy fending off some kind of dangerous power. He'll need some time to rest before he wakes up.
So, can someone explain what's going on here?
I'm kind of confused, Jean. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It seems like, aside from Durin's close acquaintances, the people of Mondstadt have forgotten everything about him.
Oh, maybe because we just completed that part of the story, so it's like a fresh reset, and we get to continue the story on from there. But then why would Kaya still remember him?
How could that even happen?
Yeah, why would everyone else but Kaya wouldn't?
Worse still, the abyssal power within him is showing signs of extreme instability. Could be a separate issue, though. I'm not sure.
Well, I guess everyone with visions kind of remembers him, right?
If the abyssal power inside him spirals out of control, Mondstadt will be in grave danger.
Yeah, let's go ask Albedo.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
All right then. As acting Grand Master, I'll send a letter requesting Albedo's immediate
We'll go up
return.
there.
Until then, the Knights will watch over Durin.
No, we can go up there, no problem. I'm not waiting for him to return. We'll just go talk to him.
Pretty much all we can do right now.
Also, allow me to look after this book for now. If you need to consult it, just drop by my office.
Okay.
Do you think the book might have something to do with what's happening?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's likely, actually.
It's just weird that Alice still hasn't contacted us. Maybe we should head back inside the book and take another look.
All right. Can we go talk to Albedo first? Wait for Durin to wake up.
No need to worry.
He's stable for now.
Klee was really looking forward to hanging out with Durin. We'd better not tell her what's happened to him just yet.
I'll have the knights notify you as soon as he wakes up.
Okay. I'm gonna go read that book a little bit, though. This isn't where I need to be. I just literally went the wrong way. Long way. Around it. See if Alice is back inside the book. Wait, did that say look up? Wait, what the hell is that? What is that about? Possibility bestowed by the Merry Witch. Alright, let's see. You know, tricks of fate had just begun. Alright, nothing right there. Oh, okay, it just doesn't want me to go that way. No problem. And it doesn't want me to go that way either. Okay. So I have to run all the way back to the end? Or what? Is it where the mobs were? Nothing there. I assume there's nothing else downstairs again. I can't believe they're gonna make me. Oh, hey guys, what's up? What's going on here?
The story's witnesses arrived at a hidden nook tucked inside the towering walls, a place tied to one of the little dragon's most cherished memories. Within those memories lived the friends he made in the castle.
Hey, you're all still here! Guess that's proof that Durin's friends from Simulanka really do hold a special place in his heart.
Hello again, golden-haired traveler and silver pixie. How fares the little dragon on his journey?
Well, you see, nobody remembers him. The only people who remember have visions. Almost everyone seems to have completely forgotten who he is.
What? But I still remember him.
Well, your real form also has a vision, so you don't count.
I haven't forgotten him either.
You also don't count.
Has this cat in the box.
And you also don't
Good
count.
news! At least Durin's friends still remember him. Okay, we'll just have to find a way to help everyone else remember him too.
Pretty much, no, we went through the ending of Simulanka, pretty much, and then when we went back to Mondstadt, nobody remembered him. The only people who remembered him were people with visions. So we're back in the book to try to figure out if Alice will give us a clue or something. And these three also remember him, because these are after Navia, Nilu, and Carrara, so they also have visions in the outside world. Could make sense why they also remember him. Or it's just a friendship thing. I don't know.
Wait, are we missing someone?
Ah, you mean that stray cat? He doesn't want to see the little dragon. And he's been hiding from the rest of us, too.
Ah, must be that wandering Tom.
Seriously? What's his problem? He won't tell Durin what's bothering him in the real world, and now he's hiding from him in the story world too.
His hiding spot's over there, but he won't talk to us. Maybe you could try instead?
Yeah, leave it to us. We'll talk to him.
Mr. Wandering Tom, how come you're hiding from the little dragon?
You came all the way over here just to ask me that.
Yes.
Ha! So you can talk.
You just said it yourself. A lot of people don't even remember him.
Yeah? So?
So don't let him get anywhere near me.
Rewind and watch the part where they forgot him in Mondstadt.
What's that supposed to mean? Hey! Ugh! We're getting the silent treatment again!
Unless you've seen it before. Because he almost crashed out.
But how could everyone just forget him like that? Does he need another blessing?
He was bound to face challenges in the world outside the castle. It would have been a pretty boring journey otherwise.
If you ask me, the less eventful a journey, the better.
Okay. Nothing else. Is that it? Well, that didn't help us at all. I don't know if I'm missing something. I mean, very well, that could just be it. Interesting. Oh, they're just gonna end it right there. What? I mean, yeah, we still have 2 days left, but I guess. I mean, I don't think there's anything else to do in here. Sora. I don't know. I guess that's it for day 3. Like I said, unless I'm missing something else, but I thought we were gonna. Maybe I could try to talk to Albedo? Let's see if Albedo's on Dragonspine. Oh god, his it's here, right? No, wrong one. Oh god, it's been a minute. No, this one. Albedo! Damn it. No, nothing. No Albedo. I guess that's it for today. Well, that is what it is. That's all Beto, or during day 3. I do think that we go here, we finish his book up, and basically we reset him. We reset him to a fresh launch right outside of Simulanka, and that's why people don't remember. Why everyone with vision seem to remember him? I don't know. That part I can't explain. That part I cannot explain.
Add Astra. Thank you for
Alright, daily. How much I got? Oh, halfway to 10, baby. I think I should go get... Yeah, we're gonna need more of these. More Durin books. More ballad books.
Your eyes uncritically. People.
Ballad books. Honestly, I'm sick of using Bennett on this thing. Just give me like Moeka.
Archon reporting for battle.
Shut up, lady. Shut up, lady.
Stay away from
Light of the blazing sun!
I mean, did I just not hit anybody with that?
Incinerate! Not bad. Incinerate!
leave it to me.
Alright.
You're not going anywhere.
Alright.
Story has only just begun.
Light it up!
Sheesh. Alright, we're gonna get these. Let's couple little books. Maybe go around and fight some Fatui, for some of those other things. What just happened? Oh my god.
Incinerate! Rev the engines!
Yo, can we stop? I hate this domain so much. Why can't we just fix this domain to where everything spawns in at once? I could just go in, collapse some melt reactions, and get the hell out. You know what I mean? I'm so sick of doing this domain. You just check the I don't know what that is. Yeah, I think I said it seems like he just got a full reset after they finished the story again.
Light it up!
So did Jean, Kaya, Lisa. But yeah, see, it's just like a full reset. Was Lisa there? In Simulanka?
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate!
Thunder!
Was Diona there?
Rise with the sun!
Looked like Diona remembered him. She said no drinking. Yeah, I don't remember.
Watch out! The story has only just begun.
I mean, it could be. Maybe everyone was there. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if everyone was there. Huh. Ow, stop, dude.
I never leave empty-handed.
Rev the engines!
The abyss is burning. Shadow! Get back!
Oh, did he die? Okay. I mean, that would make more sense if everybody was actually there. I just don't remember who was all there.
Flowering claw! A lament for the end!
How is this holding up with these settings? Are we has there been any lags or anything? quality doesn't look that much better. I don't know. I might still have to mess with some things, but I just slow things, slow quality changes to the YouTube stream, and then like that way I don't mess anything up. But I don't know, dude. I don't even know if it's reading it as the right encoder.
Light it up. Rest from the sky.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. Am I out? I'm out. I'm out. I'm gone. I'm gone. We'll check in a minute if everybody was in Simulanka. Let me just craft some condensed resin really quick. Go send out my expediciones.
Add Ast.
Yeah. My best Geo Goblet? That's a good question. Let's see what I got. Let's see what I got. Nope, not that. Geo. I got that. That. I have ones I haven't put in yet. Are any of these? Telling you, it's slim pickings out here, you know? I don't even know why these are locked. That auto lock crap. Yeah, dude, my pyro ones are worse. A fucking one, bro. I don't even think I have her. I think my Ningguang is level 70, bro. I don't even think I have her. Yeah, she's level 70. I never used her. Yeah, my Pyro ones are worse. Like, that was okay on Navia, you know what I mean? I mean, that does the job. You know what I mean? But nah, I mean, that's not bad. But energy recharge on is pointless. Double flat. No crit damage. Only crit damage. Or very low crit damage. You know, it's not bad for the Tau, but like, bro, getting double rolls on my Pyro ones has just not been. Yeah. My Pyro ones have always been slim pickings. Worse than others. But then I get some decent. I think I have a good cryo one. Like, that's a good cryo one. Nice amount of crit damage. I mean, crit values overall, what is that? 42 plus, I mean, that's 45. 45.1 crit value. But like, sheesh, you know? Or wait, no, is it crit rate is double? Which one? No, crit damage is doubled, right? Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, oh, let's see who's in Simulanka. Cause now I'm curious. Simulanka ending characters, maybe. You know, let me just look up, oh, what if I just do, Jesus, Diona, Simulanka, was Diona there? Oh, maybe this will work, hold on, hold on. So nothing about Diona being in Simulanka? Well, she said kind of like no alcohol. I mean, true. Oh, well, let's see if Lisa, because Lisa was standing in the oh, Lisa, I mean, Lisa didn't say anything either, technically, but she was standing in the circle with Jean and Kaya right at the end here. I don't know if this is like this can't. Lisa stuff. No, that's just the side stuff. Yeah, I don't think Lisa was there either.
Which should I choose?
But, and again, she doesn't say anything. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. I'll find out tomorrow. I'm sure other people already know the answer, but I'll find out tomorrow. What? Because day 5 is technically today, right? I was 2 days late. Yeah. So other people have the whole story already. All good. All good. We wait. We wait. All right. I'm going to look at... Which, this should just be a pretty straightforward recap video. Because that's all it is a recap video. But, DeWitt's recap video. And then, after DeWitt's video, we'll go into the history. Dottore Columbina in the story of Nod Cry explained. Full explanation. Look no further. Look no further. All explanations will be here right now.
Dottore. Why? Yep, that's it. You know, it wasn't really a quest that left you with a sense of mystery. It was a straightforward, short but sweet quest, even if it made me lose all my homosexual feelings for Varka, who at this point I'm assuming works for the history fictionologist with the way this was trying to cock-block history.
Did he just mute himself? Wait, did he mute himself
Yeah,
swearing?
Nicole, the history fictionologist with the way this was trying to cock-block history. You had Nicole sitting here. Oh my god, let me tell you about the war, funerary flame, moon goddesses, Nibelung, and you had Varka going, oh, hold on, bitch, wait a second.
I'm glad everyone agrees.
What the fuck are you speaking for? Shush, Oh, words cannot explain how pissed I was. Also,
oh man,
I haven't been dead. As a matter of fact, I've been hosting debates about whether or not Celestia's evil over on Discord. Those have been going remarkably well.
You believe she's evil based on her actions. Based on her actions to myself, as the moderator here, Celestia's actions show a
You're the fucking moderator!
Not necessarily evil.
What the fuck do you mean? Based on my thoughts as the fucking moderator! You should have any fucking thoughts! You know, speaking of pretty good,
Jesus
Celestia,
Christ.
scale this patch, huh? My only real takeaway from this quest is, Rarier's buzzing, cheesing even behind the border, seeing Columbina get tossed into the moon gate, knowing she got that good plot armor, so she's coming back from the fucking moon gate. That means he's coming back. My boy, my boy buzzing, nigga. Well, I guess we might as well. The story starts. Not here, but in Nausea Town. But my game loaded up into Nausea Town, and the quest auto started. I mean, nothing happened. It was just us talking with Paimon, conveniently wondering, I wonder what the doctor's up to, and deciding we should go speak with Columbina. So we go to see Columbina, who descends. Columbina relays to us it's about that time for her to return to the moon. Word return is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. This bitch ain't never been to the moon, so how can you return somewhere you've never been? Because the world of Tevat rejects her, should she linger any longer, she shall disintegrate. So, on the moon prayer nights, the nights when the moon is closest to Tevat, she's gonna fling her ass up there. We decide to invite her to the festival as a farewell party for her, and she accepts. As we leave, the flowers in the hovel, I guess is what we'll call this place, change to a light purple, indicating trouble. We link up with Lama and Varka, who are prepping for Moon Prayer Nights, and tell them we've invited Columbina. Lama then tells us she invited Columbina to join the Frost Moon Scions, not as their god, but as their friend. But Columbina is, dead set on heading to the moon, so she turned it down. We then head to Nausea Town with Varka and run into the boys, who've been recently coming across some weird phantoms all over Nod Cry. We decide to see what Nefer knows on the topic, and she reveals what we're seeing are akin to memories of the past. The phantom monsters are hunting the phantom humans. Listening into their conversations, the phantoms are from Hyperborea, which for those unaware is just Snezhnaya 6,000 years ago. Yehuda then pulls up and tells us she saw a phantom's flying spaceship, which piques our interest because it's our spaceship.
Which we just go and see and don't do anything else with. We're like, oh wow, we finally get to see our spaceship. And then, never talked about it again.
This free intel, however, does not please Nefer. We then head with Varka to the ship, and after a brief investigation with Lauma, learn not a damn thing.
Yeah, exactly. No markings on the ship. These guys are just here like it's a museum piece. It's been here for years. My grandfather has seen it. Wow. I'm telling you, we just have to dig. If it was so indestructible, it's just buried.
I mean, look, I guess we did learn the ship is all but indestructible to the fucking mighty pickaxes of mortal men.
Daramir!
This is meant to confirm it wasn't torn apart and sold for parts, but rather someone took the whole thing, but I feel like
Yeah, but they can't, because they said that the one animal couldn't even push it, right? The one animal can't even push it. Who can move like a bunch of weight, right? Don't get me wrong, it's still possible somebody could have moved it, but I say we just dig. I say we just dig.
We already knew that's what happened. Over with Durin, Albedo, and Flynn. Flynn speaks a bit about Nodcry's history with the Abyss involving, Rotwong and then the Conran disaster, which is what we're watching right now. Flynn then reveals he's about 600 or 700 years old. We then regroup at the Curatorium, share our findings, and decide to give Columbina a goodbye gift, but don't know what she likes, so we gotta go find her and find out. But when we head to her cave, she's gone. We try again tomorrow, and still, she's gone. It's now we notice the flowers are white, meaning Columbina's weak, so we had to Lauma, but she doesn't know where she is
what animal,
either.
but
So
probably
we
that
decide to
one,
head
yeah.
to Nod Town to see if anyone's seen her before running into the final boss of Nod Cry.
Oh yeah, the final boss.
Alas, your free and easy adventure time.
Dude, I saw someone post on Reddit that said, what if Alice is the real final boss of Nod Cry? Like, hey, I mean, at this point, I might as well, I want what that guy's smoking. You know what I mean?
Time is over. Now, Prepare to face the final boss of Nod Cry.
Whoa! Where'd that voice come from?
Not sure, but it's definitely hostile.
No, not that way. The final boss is right here.
Rat.
Sniffer mole?
That's the final boss? Surely not.
What do you think would have happened if
Okay,
Llama
the
just
jig is
sent
up.
one?
I'll stop teasing you. Turn around. I'm right behind you. It seems I've managed to leave quite an indelible impression, even though you've never seen my face. Oh, nothing could make a great mage more pleased with herself.
Alice, whose animation budget seems to be about triple that of everyone else in the game, reveals she's on a trip to Teyvat.
Oh, Alice is a person who never lies from a poem, so keep that in mind. Okay.
Her job here is to sustain the borders. She then reveals what we've long known, which is the only thing awaiting Teyvat outside the borders is the Abyss. The phantoms all over Nod Cry is evidence that something's wrong with the border, and it's called the Tri-Lunar Syzygy. Alice then tells us before the father and mother to all the heavenly principles came to Teyvat, the moon goddesses controlled the laws of the worlds. These laws, you know, being life, death, space, reason, time. I think that's all of them.
It's kind of frustrating here, though, that it says life, death, and such, aren't you? And, like, life isn't in quotations, but death is in quotations. Like, I don't know. Isn't that kind of, like, annoying? Isn't that just annoying? Like, why couldn't we just list them all out?
Worlds. These laws, you know, being life, death, space, reason, time. I think that's all of them. The moon goddesses agreed to split these power amongst themselves. So as
wait, did he say, hold on, did he say reason or did he leave it out?
The laws of the worlds. These laws, you know, being life, death, space, reason, time.
Oh, he did. Okay, never mind.
That's all of them. The moon goddesses agreed to...
Sorry, I didn't hear him say reason for a second. I thought he was going to do his whole primordial one skit.
Split these power amongst themselves so as to not consolidate them and keep the world stable. But now with the eternal moon in us, the iridescent moon back on Teyvat with Arlecchino, and Columbina representing the frost moon, the power of the three moons are in Nod Cry. This is the first time this has happened since Nibelung returned. This is causing the border to go haywire. When we ask why Alice cares so much about the border, dumbass question by the way, she says it's to keep Klee safe, of course, but another reason is to clean up after Rhine-Daughter. Alice then asks us why we're collecting moon marrows, and when we say it's to help Columbina return to the moon, Alice says, no, because Columbina has disappeared.
She's gone. She's a ghostly phantom now.
For a walk too?
We got sad here. Not knowing what was next. R.I.P.
Has come at last. Have I grown so weak that I can't even sustain my physical form? But Moon Prayer Night is nearly here. I was so close to returning home. Death is near. Is this how it ends for me?
You know what's crazy? Is like, what do you think do you think that Torre knew that she was this weak and went into ghostly form? Because realistically, if she would have stayed in this form, his whole plan would have failed, no? Like, what happens if we didn't bring her back and set up that whole portal and send her to the moon? His whole plan that he's going through would have just failed. I mean, sure, maybe he would have switched up and just tried to steal the other two, but... that's it. That's it. His plan's over. His plan's over. If she stays in this form, it's over for him.
Will I return to the moon after I disappear?
Because we wouldn't have teleported her right to him. I mean, sure, there's other things he would have done, but, like, he would have had to switch up a bit. Like, this is definitely would have messed up his plans. He would have had to switch his whole plan. He was probably angry right here.
I don't want it to end like this.
Columbina, now as a phantom unseen to all, decides to go for a walk to check the world out, you know, one last time. I mean, I don't know, she just like watches human life and learns about them. Back to us with Alice. She tells us after the War of Funerary Flame, which was when Nibelung returned, that was his war, the moon goddesses were no longer accepted by Tevat, and thus the purpose for their existence ceased to exist. This is why Columbina's power is fading. Alice goes on to state the moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles, and that's why they got the boot. Hey, it's some bullshit. hey, we gonna find out the truth later. Hey, it's a fib, folks, don't fall for it. Speaking of fibs, Alice says the heavenly principles can't tell her what to do, and she'll say whatever she wants. Alright, tricky bitch, you know. Say the same shit when they awake, and keep that same energy. You know, she's speaking like a little kid that would say this to seem cool and tough and impress their friends, but you talking wild now, bitch. Let's see how your goof ass look when the heaven sent and divine fucking nail 3,000 foot tall comes barreling down on the monster, bitch. Anyway, Alice just says, you know, you guys gotta like give Columbina a reason to live. And it's worded differently, but so she suggests we find her true name. As for getting her ass to the moon, Alice suggests we ask Nicole. Alice then rants about all the people she has to look after, and then nearly breaks Paimon for a comment.
You really are super busy.
I most certainly am. There's so
much
many
to do.
children I have to keep tabs on just in Mondstadt. Durin, Albedo, Venti, Varka.
Klee didn't make the list, huh?
Of course not. Klee is my pride and joy. I have no qualms about her, because she's the best child in the whole wide world.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Klee's a little angel.
I'm glad you agree. Well, all the best. See you when I see you.
Columbina's walk is taking her to Nasha Town, or some reason, where she runs into the Traveler, who then uses the power of bullshit to, like, half-sense Columbina, but not really, but kind of.
Nah,
anyway,
it's because we have
she
the
decides to tag
Morrow
along
inside
with
of
us
us,
despite,
man.
you know, we
got
can't
that
see
little
her.
sense.
She can hear us when we speak out loud.
I do wish that we kind of would have said it more as we went through the quest. Like we turned around and sensed her a little bit there, but then she's walking with us the entire time and we don't feel her at all again. Like we probably like under our breath, like I still feel the presence. You know what I mean? Or like, it seems like she's listening or something. You know what I mean? Like acknowledge a sense of what he felt or what Traveler felt in this moment that made him or her
You'll
turn
see why I
around.
said that latter point in a bit. We run into Nicole, who only speaks via telepathy, which means Columbina can't hear the conversation. I really wonder if Nicole does this so that the heavens don't hear. Kind of curious. Regardless, Nicole introduces herself.
Now then, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is
Nicole. What is going on?
No, stop! Alice! I can't believe it! I had a whole speech prepared. I'd agonized over every single word. She always picks the worst moments to ruin other people's plans. I'm so sorry about that. Alice took the liberty of devising some bespoke self-introduction magic for each member of the hexenzirkel, but I could have sworn I deleted all of the triggering conditions for it. How did it bypass everything? Oh gosh, this is so embarrassing.
Nicole confirms that she's an angel with her original form and power, which is why I wonder if Nicole only communicates via telepathy to avoid the, you know, eyes and ears of the heavens.
She knows, exactly. About the whole, you know, it's gotta stay as a, or she told her to write it down as like a fairy tale or something. So that way, yeah, exactly. It can stay as the true story in fairy tale form. Don't write it down directly.
Nicole then says, you know, maybe she'll give us some information on the War of Funerary Flame, and then just backs down of her own volition. Regardless, she says after the war, the 3 moons fell behind the false sky, We then get a good hard look at the Hyperboreans, and I mean, bro, just look at them, man. If I was the Heavenly Principals, I'd turn my back on them too. Look at these fucking needy ass niggas, bro. They just look annoying.
Okay,
Nicole says, despite the fact that the angels were constantly helping them, these people never let go of their faith in the moons. They kept trying to contact them, but all the goddesses were dead at this point. Varka then, for a reason that defies logic, cuts Nicole off and asks what the fuck any of this background information has to do with anything. Nigga, again, I almost punched my fuck.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that? They knew they were gonna piss everybody off. Like, why? They're rage baiting us. They're not only having the characters rage bait each other, they're rage baiting us.
And monitor. Nicole then clarifies the
I almost punched my monitor. Oh my god.
Learn the truth about the moon goddesses being dead, so this must mean they have a way to bypass the false sky. Nicole then learns what the word portal means. Nicole then offers to back up and give us even more knowledge. She's been waiting to get this info
and then
out for millennia. Here comes that sweet, sweet lore talk, baby.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time out. Let's summarize what we've got first.
Scream in 3.
Shut the fuck up! Nicole then tells us to wait for her.
Fucking knew he was gonna scream, bro. Holy shit.
Do something.
We can assume that Nicole mostly write down everything because she never get affected by Irminsul. After all, in the poem, Nicole is the guy who never get lost.
In the meantime, we try again to find Colin Bell's.
Let's summarize what we've got first.
Nigga, will you shut the fuck up? Nicole then tells us to wait for her to do something. In the meantime, we try again to find Columbina's real name and sift through some stories about her that, you know, just all paint her in a phenomenal light, you know, like she helped out some little kid. We link back up with Varka and others to go meet with Arlecchino and Sandrone before the legendary Candy Corn makes his appearance. Scaramouche says he's here for the doctor, and for the first time we get confirmation that the doctor is Zandik. We make it just in time for Sandrone's, this is like tea time with vodka? These are nothing, no.
Oh my god, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Yo, Hoyo is riddled with geniuses. How many people have been asking for a skip button? Forever and ever, right? Seems to be increasingly more as more patches come out. Seems to be increasingly more once Honkai put their skip button in, right? Varka is just to troll the people who want the skip button. He's that annoying asshole. He's those annoying people online who are like, just put in a skip button, just put in a skip button, just put in a skip button. Why are you playing the game? Why are you playing the game? Why play the game? Why play that? Just uninstall the fucking thing. If you want a skip button so bad, uninstall the fucking game. Fuck you. Fuck your skip button. Play the fucking game. Shit pisses me off, if I'm being honest. Varka's just there to fucking troll us and the people who want a skip button.
Tea is kept in. Okay. And both Arlecchino and Sandrone wonder who this strange hat fella is. We ask why these two would hand over information about Dottore, and to the surprise of no one, it's because they hate his fucking guts.
I gotta rewind. I got fucking hyped for a second. Jesus, dude.
That the doctor is Zandik. We make it just in time for Sandrone.
Don't think that's how. I think it's Zandik, but whatever.
This is like tea time with vodka? These are nothing. No tea is kept in. Okay. And both Arlecchino and Sandrone wonder who this strange hat fella is. We ask why these two would hand over information about Dottore, and to the surprise of no one, it's because they hate his fucking guts. Not even Arlecchino herself was able to deduce what Dottore has been scheming, so she snitched to the Tsaritsa, who had Dottore recalled back to the motherland, and he obeyed like a dog because he needs the mayor's resources and Pantalone's money. But still, no one's fooling themselves into thinking he'll give up. Sandrone then tells us a fun story about Dottore.
Exactly! This one time, he was running some high-temperature experiment and the substance exploded. But does he care? No! He orders his subordinates to open the device so he can observe the results, which causes the gas inside to leak out.
Who's worse? Who's worse? Dottore or Nazi scientists? What do we think? Am I dropping frames? Oh boy.
That gas was poisonous! If I hadn't been there, who knows how many people might have died. And after all that, he left while I was still cleaning up after his mess. What a waste of time, he said. Waste of time? The nerve! He wasted my time!
Scar a bunch of munch then leaves after Arlecchino asks, how the fuck you know so much about the Fitsui, Lily?
Yeah, exactly.
The Harbingers don't know Columbina's real name either, and we learn Columbina was never sent on any missions by the Tsaritsa. The conversation ends with both Sanjone and Arlecchino stating they like the name Columbina. Nicole then sends word it's time to do something, so we follow a seal.
Rere's worse? Okay, dude. All right, dude. Okay. Look, hey, buddy, like I said at the end of the quest, I don't care if he did kill all those kids. He could have loved killing all those kids. Fuck it. His job right now is to go on a redemption arc and work with Columbina somehow on the other side of that goddamn portal. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I have no idea. But hey, his redemption arc started the day we finished the quest.
Swap shots to Scaramouche, Durin, and Albeit.
We can worry about killing him later, okay? I don't give a... Hey, just get Columbina out, we'll call it your redemption arc, and then we'll kill you a couple patches down the line. Fuck it, I don't care.
Over at some Hyperborea Phantom ruins, they decide to have Durin use his abyssal power to interact with the Phantom world to try and change the fates of the Phantom humans because the Abyss has the power to rewrite reality. So he does, and it works until fate catches up. Regardless, it's then the man we've been trying to help suddenly interacts with us, and we decide to sit with him and chats before his fated death arrives once more. The man asks what happened to Hyperborea. We say it gets squashed.
Blown up.
He asks what happened to Delphi Pytha, which oddly enough should refer to Serpent's Hearts and Onkonomia. He then asks about Salvin Anir, which was the civilization on Dragonspine, which fell victim to a divine nail. The guy then leaves to go die, so Durin asks about Scaramouche's past, who sorta answers the question. We then fill in Alice on what's happened, and over to Nicole. She found the entrance to the Hyperborean ruins, but 3 humans have to go a fucking Kuvaki resonance process to enter the ruins, and they're the only ones who can enter the ruins. The Traveler passes the test no problem, but Varka folds like a little bitch.
All right, I'll start where we left off.
So deserved, so
5 times the required Kuvaki dose.
Imagine if he didn't. Imagine if he didn't. He would have been inside while Nicole was giving us the whole lore about Nibelung, and he would have cut her off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, wait a minute.
How's it going?
Lauma passes the test, but as for the third person, I mean, half of fucking Tevat is summoned.
Huh? Well, are you gonna start a what? The Hexenzirkel is an organization that cares for and protects children. We will not have them do dangerous things. Not even tests.
Yeah, I bitch, let's is the Hexenzirkel aware of this? I'm right. Oh, goodness gracious, coronavirus might be back, I don't know. Everyone fails, so Arlecchino pulls up and passes with flying colors. We then head into the ruins and ask some Hyperboreans what the moon goddess's name is, but they just say all the goddesses are dead. Deeper into the ruins, we come across some murals, and Nicole tells us the moon goddesses were made by Nibelung when he ruled Tevat. Then the Heavenly Principles arrived, and while the moon goddesses did not stand a chance in hell against the Heavenly Principles didn't think the Moon Sisters had to be removed, so they let the goddesses stay. When Nibelung returned, however, the War of Funerary Flame kicked off, and the Moon Sisters were divided on what they should do. One argued to side with Nibelung, another didn't. Problem is, Nibelung came back with crack, the Abyss. Nibelung, upon finding out the Moon Sisters worked under the Heavenly Principles, imprisoned them and turned the moons into weapons to fight the Heavenly Principles. But folks, it wasn't the mother and father to all that paid the price. It was the people of Tevat. Death and destruction wriggled its way into the hearts of every living being, and so, because the moons threatened Tevat and the Heavenly Principles loved Tevat, the Heavenly Principles were forced to break 2 of the moons and chuck the last one into deep space. This is how they became rejected by the world of Tivat. It wasn't because they offended the heavenly principles. It wasn't because they blasphemed the heavenly principles. It's because Nibelung, using the abyss, warped the moons, turned them into weapons, and brought great harm to Tivat. So the heavenly principles, needing to save the world, rejected these moons of death and destruction. I told you what Alice said was propaganda. I sensed that propaganda from a mile away. And again, I'm not even a sim for the heavenly principles. It's propaganda. It's nuts, bro. Upon listening into the conversations of some other hyper...
I mean, if it's the part of emphasizing all of that is that the heavenly principles are good, you're gonna have to find someone else, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm not the one.
Hyperborean NPCs, they speak of a man who seemingly made grand promises to the people of Hyperborea, but not even Nicole knows who these people are referring to. Who is...
You know what I find interesting is Nicole gave us all that information, right, just from looking at the murals. But Alice says, what did Alice say earlier when talking about it? She doesn't say, hold on, I'm going to rewind for a second because I want to see. When we were talking to Alice here, right? What time am I at? 1847. 1847. Hold on. So Nicole gives us all of that history, right? But
to us with Alice, she tells...
After the funerary...
Thus, after the War of Funerary Flame, which was when Nibelung returned, that was his war, the moon goddesses were no longer accepted by Tivat, and thus the purpose for their existence ceased to exist. This is why Columbina's power is fading. Alice goes on to state the moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles, and that's why they got the boot. That is some bull.
I guess this could be vague enough to still fall under it. I was thinking, why did Alice not say what Nicole told us? Because you would think they would both know, right? If Nicole told us the history right there, are we going to assume that Nicole got all that history just based off of 3 pictures? You know what I mean? You would assume Alice knows what Nicole knows. Moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles, and that's why they were ousted. I mean, that could be considered vague enough to be the same thing that Nicole was saying, because the heavenly principles were offended, but they were offended because they were... they could be offended because they knew that maybe one of the moon goddesses wanted to side with Nibelung. I mean, this could still be true, right? We knew that one of the moon goddesses wanted to side with... but you would still assume that, like, Nicole and Alice talk, you would assume that Nicole would have, like, told her. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. You would have assumed that Alice would know, too. So I was trying to see if this could... whether this part was different than what Nicole just told us. But I think this could be just a very, very vague version of what Nicole just said. But if one of them wanted to side with Nibelung, one of them didn't, but he destroyed 2 of them. Maybe the third one also decided that Nibelung was the person to side with, and the one who said no, we should stay with the heavenly principles was the Frost Moon. Yeah, I get that. They thought they betrayed him, right? And they returned the weapons, right? So it seems like it wasn't the question is, did the heavenly principles know that Nibelung enslaved them? The heavenly principles were offended because they thought the Moon Sisters betrayed him because they were turned into weapons. He thought they willingly turned into weapons to go against him.
Death and destruction. I told you what Alice said was propaganda. I sensed that propaganda from a mile away. And again, I'm not even a sim for the heavenly principles. It's propaganda. It's nuts, bro. Upon listening into the conversations of some other Hyperborean NPCs, they speak of a man who seemingly...
Yeah, he enslaved them all, right? He enslaved them all. Regardless of who knew what when. The heavenly principles shattered two moon and flung the other behind the skies.
Moons threatened Teyvat, and the heavenly principles loved Teyvat. The heavenly principles were forced to break two of the moons and chuck the last one into deep.
Regardless of who knew what when.
Space. This is how they became rejected by the world of Teyvat. It wasn't because they offended the heavenly principles. It wasn't.
We can
because they
revisit the whole thing
blasphemed
again after.
the heavenly principles. It's because Nibelung, using the abyss, warped the moons,
But mark
turned
that
them
question
into
down.
weapons, and brought great harm to Teyvat. So the heavenly principles, needing to save the world, rejected these moons of death and destruction. I told you what Alice said was propaganda. I sensed that propaganda from a mile away. And again, I'm not even a simp for the heavenly principles. It's propaganda. It's nuts, bro. Upon listening into the conversations of some other Hyperborean NPCs, they speak of a man who seemingly made grand promises to the people of Hyperborea, but not even Nicole knows who these people are referring to. Who is he? We reached the end of the ruins and failed to find Columbina's true name, so Nicole surmises she doesn't have a real name, so we just gotta, make one, give it to her to anchor Columbina to Teyvat, and the name we decide to use to anchor Columbina to the world is Columbina.
Columbina, come back!
They didn't make it.
Could you tell me your name?
My name is...
Columbina! Columbina! Are you here? Columbina! That's the name you gave when we first met. And it's what I've called you ever since.
Columbina.
It's a fine name. I have many fond memories of Columbina, and so do all of your friends. If you like this name...
She moved us.
Looking for me?
What an emotional roller coaster. Am I right?
You can carry on using it. My name is Columbina.
30,000 primos? Perfectly?
Columbina thanks
Nice.
everyone for their help, and hyposelenia is just something she tacked on, meaning born beneath the moon. Although it's worth pointing out, didn't when we got the iridescent moon marrow, didn't the moon goddess say hypo? Interesting.
He also brought it up. You can't say that that's not a viable theory because it is.
Nicole then tells
It
us
is
to
a
enjoy the
viable
festival.
theory, and we'll leave it at that.
Hey, young lady. Would you like some Moon Prayer Night candy? Happy Moon Prayer Night.
Happy Moon Prayer Night.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot to say. Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Turning Nasha Town into her home is a festive gift. A rather brilliant idea.
Perhaps This is what Nodcry, Columbina's home.
I mean, you could still stick to that fact that she took inspiration from the new name that the moon said, but the thing is, both of those can be true. She took inspiration, but then when she bounced back, she gave that name to them. Like that can just, it can be part of the cycle. It can be part of the cycle. She basically formed her own inspiration then in that case. You know what I mean?
Should have been like all along.
Both can be true.
Thank you for the gift. I like it a lot.
You then visit every stall as Columbina, enjoying the festivals. You know, none of it was incredibly lore relevant, but it all was really good fun, so, you know, you should go play it. The hexenzirkel stall was the most interesting because Barbaloth just, like, divined Columbina's fate, and two of the cards are interesting. One is called Destiny, and it showcases Celestia in front of the moon with the same celestial pillar we see at the start of the game. The final card for Columbina, however, was death. After visiting all the stalls, the traveler gives Columbina a gift from all. Everyone says goodbye to Columbina, and Columbina finally returns to the moon.
Or does she? Cue the cutscene, brothers. Okay, hey, I'm gonna do it. You should do something to because I know you like to show the full video, so that, or like you want the video blank so that way you can use it in your lore videos, which I understand. You don't want a face cam covering it up, right? But I feel like if you're gonna replay these cutscenes in your videos, I feel like just throw your face on the screen and show us your craziness reactions, at least just for the cutscenes. You can cut yourself out for the rest of it while you're explaining, sure, but I think it'd be funny as hell to watch your face during these cutscenes the first time you play through the game. I'm just saying. I think it'd be great for him to do that. Like, as if we're watching this, we've already seen these, right? So, like, give us your facial reaction so we got something to, like, also look at while we're watching something we've already watched.
Thank you. This was my happiest night in Tevat.
Farewell, Columbina.
Ring-a-ding-a-ling. Ring it. You know, the question is too, why did he just leave the phone there? Like, what is that? Who just leaves their phone in the middle of a public space?
The moon really is closer than ever tonight.
Ba-ba-bum.
Columbina.
All three moons in one place. Time for one final experiment. Reason, life, death, time, and space. They all believed I would fail.
That Varka wish he got some lore now to figure out how this all happened, huh?
Of heaven. And now, they are mine.
Oh. Somebody's like, oh. Oh, this one's still attacking. Oh? Like, would you say he seemed shocked that we were still moving? Oh?
No, as long as I'm here. The Doctor is free to wield the Three Moons' power. It's the only way.
Skirk would be proud. Yeah, oh, a descender. Oh. That's the thing, he's so smart. He's so smart, like, I guess we didn't, I mean, nobody really knew if we'd be able to do that, right? We're all just assuming that it's the power of the descender that's allowing us to move, right? But, like, he's so smart, he should have, like, kind of expected it a little bit, right?
I guess I won't be going home today.
Columbina! No!
No, but he still knows we exist. Like, he still knows we're here in present time. That could affect him. You know what I mean? Like, it's not as though we're brand new to him. We did look kind of shocked, too, that we were still able to move, though. So, I mean, that's not even a... You know, that just is what it is. We were more shocked that everyone else froze. I mean, I don't even... This part's just so...
Stubborn world, do not try to control me.
Columbina.
Back at the curatorium, the vibes are about the same. Any of y'all play sports growing up? This was deadass the locker room after y'all motherfuckers got blown out. I'm talking like 7-42. Everyone's sad and shit. Like they was fucking. They got draft letters or something to the war, not to college. Dottore apparently just like fucking masterminded everyone, created a distraction at the border to lure away the hexenzirkel, then did a bunch of other bullshit we don't really know. In order to avoid Dottore having the power of the three moons, Columbina leapt into a moon gate. Dottore was able to freeze time when he snapped his fingers, stopping everyone except for us and Columbina, I'm assuming, because she was a god. We were a descender, but that was an odd one. We realized Rerir's Rise, the trilunar syzygy.
I still question if Arlecchino had the marrow in her, what would have happened? Like, would she have been able to move? I know we didn't have the marrow in us either. But we also have the descender. We have the descender buff, right? But if Arlecchino had the marrow in her, would she have been able to move? I don't know.
Gee, these were all Dottore's doings. He's trying to transcend his destiny and finish an experiment only a god can complete. Scaramouche then appears and reveals that he, the Phantom spoke of earlier, was Dottore, who deceived them into thinking he'd make a new moon and bring back the moon goddesses in exchange for all their information about the moons. On moon prayer nights, he manipulated the spell to send Columbina back to the moon to have her sent to the false moon where he'd be waiting. Alkina decides she's gonna snitch once more to the Tsaritsa, but firmly makes a declaration.
It is not the Fatui Harbinger Damselette who sees us as her friends, but rather Columbina Hyposelenia. If, even in such extreme circumstances, Her Majesty will not lift the prohibition on Harbingers drawing steel against one another, then I will do as my heart demands. I will fight as Peruware instead.
Parker then tries his best to raise morale, and that's the end. Goodbye.
Jesus, what an abrupt ending. Oh, and this is where Amphoria spawned again. I remember that spawned after another video. Or that came up after a different video. Columbina was able to move because he did... Wait, what? Columbina was able to move because he did choose not to? What? You needed her active to use the power. What? You're saying he chose to let Columbina move? So you're saying you think he was able to outsmart everybody, hide himself from everybody. Nobody knew what the hell he was doing. He was able to go through all this, to switch up the past, but yet he didn't know Columbina could make a fucking moon portal. He didn't know that. He didn't see what happened to Ray Rear. He didn't know that Columbina could do that and escape. So why would he let her move knowing that Columbina could make a moon portal and escape? He could have just assumed that maybe she wouldn't be that crazy to do it. Well, he assumed wrong, I guess, if you want to say that's true. Oh, man. I don't know. I would like to, I wish we could, it's also like, oh, is Colin being able to move because she controls time partially? Is that what her moon was responsible for? Time. No, she did the portal so that way he couldn't control all 3 moons. She did the portal so that way he couldn't do it all. He couldn't have trilunar syzygy. I see what you're saying. Like, if his plan went perfect and we weren't there, then having her able to move would be fine because she wouldn't be able to do anything. But since we distracted him long enough, it gave her the opportunity to move. That's fair. I see what you're saying there. That's a good point. Maybe. But still, either way, I would like to know what if it would have been different if what's her face had the moon marrow like with her still. Interesting. All right, yeah, I knew that was gonna be a pretty direct recap. Oh, let me check the Nicole part though. Hold on. Nicole. Oh wait, let me just do that was Act 6, right? Let's listen to Nicole's whole thing again. He set things into motion to help him win, but he can't set the final thing. If that was the case, the game would be over. What? Where is Nicole's part? He influenced a couple things, but he can't influence everything to just set the end. He didn't choose the future. He gave them information that there would eventually be a savior for information in return to create a 4th moon. In order to take the power. He didn't choose the future. Or he didn't... What the fuck is going on? Explain the painting on the wall.
Ooh, there's a whole bunch of artwork in here. Seems pretty old. Nicole, this is probably your area of expertise.
And no, saying that, no, that's not the case. He knew about us. We saw him, he knows we're here. He would have taken us into his calculations. He saw all future possibilities and changed some stuff. No, that is not true. No, he did not. He's not fucking Noose. He gave information, or he told them in the past that there would be a savior in the future in order to get information from them to do the whole fourth false moon thing in order to teleport Columbina to him once everything was together. Bro, yes, he can't. If he knows we exist, he knows that we're here. He didn't go and see anything related to us. He just got information from them. He didn't go in the past. He just talked to them in the past. He still knows we exist in the present time. I'm listening to Nicole's.
What do all these paintings mean? Let me see. To understand these murals requires some knowledge of the history surrounding the War of Funerary Flame. I shared a little of this with Lauma before.
Yes, I think I follow. The dispute between the Moon Sisters, the transformation by Nibelung.
Okay.
Into being by the will of Nibelung, the then ruler of Tevat. But when the heavenly principles came, they changed the world completely, down to its very foundations. The moon goddesses were nowhere near strong enough to challenge this entity. But the heavenly principles did not view them as heretical entities that had to be removed. Essentially, the three moons existed to keep this planet alive and operational, which did not directly conflict with the heavenly principles' aims. Nevertheless, the inherent precariousness of this arrangement would soon be revealed.
Nibelung returned. Yes.
He did, and thus began the War of Funerary Flame, a battle for dominance between Nibelung and the heavenly principles. Discord would soon emerge between the three Moon Sisters. One would voice the opinion that they should follow Nibelung, for it was he who first hung the moons in the sky.
Okay, wait, yeah. Discord would soon emerge between the three Moon Sisters. One would voice the opinion that they should follow, for it was he.
Another would argue that taking sides in the conflict would only bring the world closer to ruin. There was no telling where it would lead.
She doesn't specify which one.
Especially since their creator had returned, bearing the perilous power of the Abyss. Nibelung would eventually discover their disloyalty. He had all three imprisoned before transforming the moons into weapons with which to fight against the heavenly principles.
Right.
What? Weapons? Yes. The very moons that had once defended the planet became instruments of death and destruction, striking terror into the hearts of all living things.
Very moons that had once defended the planet became instruments of death and destruction, striking terror into the hearts of all living things.
Destruction, striking terror into the hearts of all living things. And although the heavenly principles and the three Moon Sisters had once been at peace, it now seemed that the moons posed an unacceptable threat to Tevat. It is possible that the heavenly principles did not know of the goddess's imprisonment. If so, the weaponization of the moons would surely have been viewed as an intentional breach of the peace agreement. Regardless of who knew what, when, the heavenly principles shattered two moons and flung the other beyond the skies. Whether the goddesses managed to escape Nibelung's captivity after his fall, nobody knows. But this much is certain. From that day on, the moons no longer belonged to Tevat. The rejections slowly drained their power until eventually they passed away.
So that's the full...
So... Well, I gotta scroll up to see exactly what we were saying before. Hold on.
Regardless...
It's possible that the heavenly principles did not know of the goddess's imprisonment. If so, the weaponization of the moons would surely have been viewed as an intentional breach of the peace agreement. I forgot what point I was even trying to make here, I'm gonna be honest.
Viewed as an intentional breach of the peace agreement. Regardless of who knew what, when, the heavenly principles shattered 2 moons and flung the other beyond the skies.
What did DeWitt say that even, like, that we were talking about this for? Or what did I say? Because... regardless of who knew... I remember that. Regardless of who knew what when, the heavenly principles shattered 2 moons and flung the other beyond the skies. What the fuck was I saying? This is why I normally do the talks of it then, but I wanted to get through the video. But god damn it, I don't remember what I said. Why is this clicking there? He imprisoned him by force. I don't remember what point I was trying to make here. Fuck. Now you're gonna make me go back and look. Because I want to know what the hell I said. Hold on. Hold on. I don't remember. Jesus, attention spans are fucking short today, huh? Jesus. Attention spans are short today. Old. Oh! How did Nicole... like, Nicole said all of this, right? But Alice didn't say any of that earlier when we were talking to her. So, hold on. You know what? We're gonna hold. I got this. Okay. I got this. So, Nicole tells us the story about Nibelung and the Moon Sisters, right? All right. Right. Okay. And then Alice says moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles. Right. Hold on a minute. Okay. This is why I started to go back and check, because I was like, my point was that Nicole told us the whole story, but Alice only said that they did something not to offend them. So I was like, why would Alice not say the entire thing if Nicole knows the entire thing? Nicole knows the entire thing, but she would have definitely told Alice at some point over the years, right? So can we assume that what Alice said is broad enough, vague enough to what actually happened? moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles, and they were offended because they thought that they were being, hold on, how did I say? Hold on. Cole got all that history just based off of 3 pictures? Like, you know what I mean? You would assume Alice knows what Nicole knows. Oh my god. Did something to offend the heavenly principles, and that's why they were ousted. I mean, that could be considered vague enough to be the same thing that Nicole was saying, because the heavenly principles were offended, but they were offended because they were... this is a thought process. Offended because they knew that maybe one of the moon goddesses wanted to side with Nibelung. I mean, this could still be true, right? Okay, hold on. One of the moon goddesses, right? So we have the 3 of them, right? We got... oh, it's an awful color. Maybe Alice did not know the full story, too. Maybe she did tell us, but in the background sense, when we came back, she was still yapping. She did not care about the details. Yeah, but you would kind of think that, like, I guess that was my point, is you have, like, is what she said vague enough to be, like, vague enough of the real story that Nicole tells us? You know what I mean? Which I think it is. I think it can be. Right? 3 moons. So we know that one of them chose Nibelung's side. Or said, oh, we should side with Nibelung, right? And then we know another one said, no, we should stick with HP, right? Okay, but what about this third one, though? How did the third one feel? My guess is that the third one also chose Nibelung. We don't know which one's which, though, right? Unless it states somewhere else. At least in this quest, we don't know. My guess is the third one also chose Nibelung. And these 2 are the ones that got shattered. While this one is the one that got partially spared and got flung out past the border. Well, others said we should stay silent. Therefore, we're already in a peace agreement with the heavenly principles at this point. Same shit, brother. Same shit. What does staying silent do? We have a peace agreement. They had a peace agreement with the heavenly principles at this point. Staying silent is staying where you currently are. Oh, I'm looking. Hold on. I said the question is, did the heavenly principles know if Nibelung enslaved them? That's what I said, and that's where we started debate. Yeah, true. Another one taking sides in the conflict. But either way, like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's staying that's staying where you are. Like, that's how I take that. No matter what she says, I don't care. You have a peace agreement with the heavenly principles right here. If you have a peace agreement with someone and you're deciding to stay side or argue the conflict, taking sides in the conflict will only bring the world closer to ruin. Yeah, you can argue that all you want, but you're still with a peace agreement with the heavenly principles right now. Oh, is this muted? God damn it. Hold on, and then the question is, did the heavenly principles know that Nibelung enslaved them?
What? Weapons? Became instruments of death and destruction. Heavenly principles and the three Moon Sisters had once been at peace. It now seemed that the moons posed an unacceptable threat to Teyvat. It is possible that the heavenly principles did not know of the goddess's imprisonment.
See, it's not 100%. It is possible that they didn't know.
If so, the weaponization of the moons would surely have been viewed as an intentional breach of the peace agreement. Regardless of who knew what, when, the heavenly principles...
Yeah, okay, so that's why I pointed back to regardless of who knew what when. That was the point. Because it's possible that the heavenly principles did not know. So it's still a question of if the heavenly principles knew that Nibelung had enslaved them.
Regardless of who knew what, when, the heavenly principles shattered two moons and flung the other beyond the skies.
Because even if he knew of their imprisonment, let's say he did even still know. I mean, if you want to say heavenly principles, we could just say you know what? I'll do that. We'll just say this is a peace symbol, right? Peace. Let's just say peace. You can't say, bro, they did not know when it literally, we just rewatched it for that purpose. We just rewatched it for this purpose. To escape Nibelung, who knew what? Breach of the peace agreement. It is possible that the heavenly principles did not know of the goddess's imprisonment.
The moons would surely...
It is possible. But if you still want to go with that, it is possible that they did not know of the goddess's imprisonment. If they didn't know of the goddess's imprisonment, did they know about the internal struggles that they were having and discussing? You know what I mean? That one of them did want to go with Nibelung. Did two of them end up? Take the whole context, dude. I mean,
In And although the Heavenly Principles and the three Moon Sisters had once been at peace, it now seemed that the moons posed an unacceptable threat to Teyvat. It is possible that the Heavenly Principles did not know of the goddess's imprisonment. If so, the weaponization of the moons would surely have been viewed as an intentional breach of the peace agreement. Regardless of who knew what, when, the Heavenly Principles...
I mean, regardless of who knew what when. Yeah. I would love actual video footage of what happened. Huh. Because with this, it's... I mean, looking at all of this, it doesn't even go back to the main point that I was trying to make of just, did Nicole, or why didn't Alice, you know, give us a little bit more? But I don't think it matters. I think Alice just saying the moon goddesses did something to offend the heavenly principles is broad enough to allude to this. That's all. That was the whole point of this. That was the whole point of this. Because honestly, whether they're imprisoned or not really doesn't matter. I don't even know why we're like. I mean, we don't know. But that's not even the point I was trying to make. I was just trying to figure out why Alice, or if Alice had told us something different from what Nicole told us, which isn't the case. She just said something broad. That's all. I mean, whether they were imprisoned or not, I mean, either way, they still got fucking destroyed, right? Alright, so now, though, where is... Now we can go into more history, though.
Whenever a new region is released, because
I don't think it really matters that much if they're in prison or not. It doesn't matter if he's like, oh, I mean, it would have mattered then, but it don't matter now. This shit's already long gone. They're already destroyed. This shit don't matter anymore. But with all that, Alice wasn't telling us something different. That was the whole point of this. Alice didn't tell us something different. She just gave us a vague thing of what Nicole was going to tell us later. That was the whole point of checking all of that. And then went all into the imprisonment shit. Alright, I'm running to the bathroom and we can watch this. I do still wonder if that third moon, because, okay, one is Nibelung, and we'll go to your point, and we'll say, okay, the one wants peace, but I mean, whatever, you're in between while you already have a fucking peace agreement, whatever, dude. Sure. Whatever, though. And the other one wants peace. What does the third one want, though? And we also don't know which one's which. Who's the one who wanted to side with Nibelung? Unless it's stated somewhere else outside of this quest, which I haven't seen anything. And obviously we just learned about it in this quest, unless a new book was dropped. I mean, what happened there? All right. So she was early with this. Teyvat's ancient history. Now we can go into some stuff. All right. Now you want to talk and go over? All right, let's dive in then.
I feel like it's pretty typical to feel overwhelmed whenever a new region is released because there's just so much new information to absorb. There's new factions to encounter, new politics to decipher, new non-human species to meet, new legends to uncover, and new phenomenon to discover, all accompanied by a whole new vocabulary list to memorize. And Nodcry is no exception here. In fact, unless you're deep in the lore weeds like I am, you might find yourself being a little more overloaded than usual. And that's because Nodcry has more than just its own history to share with us. Unlike other regions, Nodcry is also acting as a sort of primer for Teyvat's most ancient history. So if you weren't familiar with the deep lore already, you might have felt like this was a bit of a rough ride. For that reason, I thought now would be a great time to compile everything we know about Teyvat's mysterious ancient history in chronological order, while also explaining—
It's alright, I'm sure she'll cover here some of the things we were discussing. Alright? I'm sure that whole Miro scenario, she'll cover here. And I consider Ashkai the fucking expert, alright? She's the expert on the situation, alright? I'm not saying I take her word as, you know, 100%, right? But, hey, if she's, you know, let's see.
Some of the new important terminology and concepts like Kuvaki, moon gates, moon marrow, and, you know, that kind of thing. Originally, I was also going to include the history of Nodcry in this video, but I think we're gonna save that for another day. I feel like Teyvat's ancient history needs to be its own thing for right now. Now do note that while I won't be covering the events of Nodcry's Archon quests, I will be pulling information from them for recap purposes, so do make sure you're up to speed on those, lest you get spoiled accidentally. But before we get to all that, I gotta ask you a quick question. Do you like sci-fi fantasy-style RPGs with real-time strategic combat systems, coupled with automated resource farming that's optimized in the background by factory systems you designed?
Yes!
Well, then you're gonna love Arknight's Endfield because it's all of those things, as well as a sponsor of today's video. Arknight's Endfield lets you explore the vast, mostly untouched world of Talos 2 through the eyes of Endfield Industries'
this looked good,
infamous
but I can't do another
one. The pun
one.
is intentional. Your job as the End Administrator is to assist in furthering civilization's development on Talos 2. This means exploring both the known and unknown sectors of the planet in search of valuable resources for construction, crafting, and powering up your operators, so optimizing your resource harvesting system is a must. And that's where the Automated Industry Complex factory system comes into play. You can set up your machines to collect, process, and manufacture coveted materials in a completely automated—
No fucking wait a minute. They put I did not know this. They put Satisfactory in this game? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I might actually have to play this. I love Satisfactory, dude. I love Satisfactory. I didn't know that was in this. How in depth does this go? Does this go as in depth as Satisfactory does? Oh no. Oh no. And it's not about being correct, all right?
And satisfying workflow thanks to this AIC system. It might look a little daunting at first, but don't worry because the blueprint system lets you design, share, and save production layouts, which certainly streamlines things and eases the learning curve a little bit. Now, of course, the exploration of a new planet always comes with risks, and Talos 2 is no exception. You'll be facing hordes of monsters and even human threats during your expedition, so you're gonna need to strategically deploy and command your team of 4 operators in combat. These fast-paced battles take place in real time, but you won't get far by just just mashing buttons. You can't rely on the overwhelming strength of a single unit. You're gonna have to focus on teamwork, and that means exploiting status ailments, art inflictions, and using team-based combos. That's the only way you're gonna win these combat encounters and keep the story moving forward. And this game has a beautifully rendered story full of expressive characters, stunning locations, and of course, a whole lot of lore. And y'all know how much I love me some good lore. I mean, you are watching a lore video right now. So trust me when I say that Arknight's Enfield promises to be a real treat when it releases in early 2026 on PlayStation 5, PC, iOS, and Android. So now's the perfect time.
Okay, look, if you never played Satisfactory, you won't understand, all right?
Pre-register using my link in the
and you fall for ads every day. Ads are all over the place.
description. So y'all should get to clicking, and I'll see you on launch day. A big thanks to Arknight's Enfield for sponsoring this video and for also making a game I'm
If ads didn't work, they wouldn't do them.
personally looking forward to. But now is the time for us to rise and bring forth our Kuhenkis to learn more about the lore of ancient Tibet. So let's get into that. Everything you might need, including citations and timestamps and spoiler warnings, are in the description box. Make sure you check that. Any corrections there may be will be in a pinned comment. And without further ado, we're going to kick off this chronological recap by starting at the very beginning of time in Tibet.
Here we go.
Once upon a time, a dragon was born alongside a tiny little world. That dragon was named Nibelung, and he loved his little planet and the creatures on it more than anything. But one day, Nibelung met an ancient space traveler by the name of Voyager, who became his friend. Now, Voyager had left her body behind in an undisclosed location, so her spirit could travel the dying universe and chronicle the rise and fall of all of the countless civilizations within it. But throughout her travels, she had never seen anything quite as bright and beautiful as Nibelung and his little world. So she decided to do something she doesn't usually do and warn him about an oncoming disaster, the Abyss. This wave of destruction was slowly spreading throughout the cosmos and swallowing everything in its path, and it was inevitable that Nibelung and his little planet would one day fall victim to it. Voyager couldn't bear the thought of Nibelung's light going out forever, so she invited him to travel the universe with her and escape the encroaching abyss by running away. But Nibelung refused. In much the same way Voyager couldn't bear to see his light go out, Nibelung couldn't bear the thought of leaving his little planet and all the life forms on it behind. Did. Voyager was understandably disappointed in his decision, and before she left to continue her journey alone, she promised to check in on Nibelung at some point in the future should time allow. But Voyager's warning about the oncoming abyss haunted Nibelung. He couldn't abandon his little planet, but he didn't want to watch its light be snuffed out by the abyss either. If Voyager's words were to be trusted, then there was no way to fight the oncoming abyss. So the only remaining option was to take everyone with him and run. And so he tasked his 7 dragon sovereigns, especially the Pyro Sovereign Shwikoatl, with the development of a space program. And to that end, he also decided to craft 3 moons from the Earth, each one governed by its own avatar, a moon goddess. Let's put storytime on pause for a minute because I think it's important to understand the role of the moons and how—
Oh, are you saying imagine if who's Alice?
How they were supposed to function, and tangentially, we also need to understand a few things about dragons and the primordial powers of the world, since the moons are technically dragons and they also run on draconic powers. As the primordial entity born alongside the planet, Nibelung could be, and probably should be, considered Tevat's original god. Nuvalet, one of the dragon sovereigns, even refers to him by—
He calls him Formidable Father in CN, which is a title generally reserved for a biblical type god.
As the primordial entity born alongside the planet, Nibelung could be, and probably should be, considered Tevat's original god. Nuvalet, one of the dragon sovereigns, even refers to him by such a title. Now, when I say god in this context, I do mean an Abrahamic, or more specifically a biblical god that's capable of creating life and thus performing the miracle of Genesis. As the god of the world, he's represented by the sun or a star, because the symbols are interchangeable, that gives life to the world, and as such, his powers are related to heavenly light. Now, God is served by angels who are born from that holy light, or alternatively, the divine fire, depending on your source. And this is what makes angels very different from mortals. They're more like holy ghosts or spiritual entities. Now, within the context of Tevat, these angels should be dragons. Now, the ranks and roles of angels can change depending on your source as well, but I've found the Neoplatonic philosopher Dionysius's list of ranks to fit Tevat's model the best. The first category of angels that serve God directly are the seraphim, cherubim, and the thrones. And they're the only 3 I'm really concerned about at the moment. And even then, I'm only really concerned with 2 of those. So if we think of Nibelung as the almighty god, and the moons were created to be the goddesses of all of the dragons, that means the moons rank above everyone except for Nibelung. So they're kind of like second in command.
I agree.
And by this angel ranking, that would make them all seraphim, the spirits of love. Now we can test this hypothesis by looking at Columbina because she's a moon goddess, and it just so happens that she looks an awful lot like a seraphim, right down to the covered eyes and 6 wings. And her chosen constellation is also in the shape of a heart. So I do suspect
I can see the resemblance. I think that looks just like Columbina, I'm not gonna lie. Nah, this one, that's for sure. Yeah, that's Columbina with the hair and everything. I don't know, that one's close too. Sheesh. Yeah, these are basically Columbina self-portraits. I'm not gonna... Yeah, these are portraits of Columbina. Like, yeah, this is what the Kuenki were actually drawing, man. Yeah, I found it. I found all the Kuenki drawings.
that the moons were entrusted with Nibelung's love for his world and creations for reasons I'll get to in a minute. Similarly, I suspect the dragon's sovereigns are the thrones or record keepers of the universal laws, since each sovereign is in possession of a divine throne that governs the laws of Teyvat. These thrones would later get passed on to the archons, who would then govern the universal laws, but we're not really going to talk about that today. Now, the purpose of the moons seems to be twofold. On the one hand, they're meant to sort of serve as the operators and caretakers of the planet of Teyvat. And for the purposes of fulfilling that role, Nibelung gave them fragments of his authorities over the concepts of life, death, space, time, and reason. Now you'll note there are 5 authorities, but only...
Hold up a minute. Hold on.
But we're not really going to talk about that today. Now, the purpose of the moons seems to be twofold. On the one hand, they're meant to sort of serve as the operators and caretakers of the planet of Teyvat. And for the purposes of fulfilling that role, Nibelung gave them fragments of his authorities over the concepts of life, death, space, time, and reason. Now, you'll note there are 5 authorities, but only 3 moons, which means that no moon ever had one authority that was dedicated to them. These were authorities that were shared between the moon goddess sisters. The sharing of authorities allowed them to balance power within Teyvat, and also allowed each moon goddess to perform an equal role in protecting Teyvat, probably from the abyss. This is the first and primary purpose of the moons. Now, the second purpose of the moon is a little bit more speculative on my side. It's more...
Thoughts on the 3 wise monkeys? Yeah, one is deaf, one's blind, and one got his tongue ripped out for talking too much shit. That's my opinion on those monkeys. Hold on, I'm replaying this part again. This is some serious stuff.
Concepts of life, death, space, time, and reason. Now you'll note there are 5 authorities, but only 3 moons, which means that no moon ever had one authority that was dedicated to them. These were authorities that...
Alright, so she's saying that's solidified. You know what I mean? She's saying that's solidified. Alice said it's solidified.
That were shared between the moon goddess sisters. The sharing of authorities allowed them to balance power within Teyvat, and also allowed each moon goddess to perform an equal role in
So anyone saying that the whole 4 moon thing? Nope. It's not gonna match. It's not gonna line up. It's just not possible.
Protecting Teyvat, probably from the abyss. This is the first and primary purpose of the moons. Now, the second purpose of the moon is a little bit more speculative on my side. It's more implied than it is explicitly stated. Think of this as like a backup role. Like, if Nibelung and the moons were unable to defend Teyvat against the oncoming abyss, then I think the moons were supposed to function as sort of like arcs, vessels, or spaceships upon which all of the life forms within Teyvat could escape to so that Nibelung could take them and flee, the way Voyager originally wanted him to. Dragonkind was known for having extremely advanced technology, so I don't believe that thinking of the moons as some sort of like technological marvel or a spaceship with a sentient AI-style goddess operating them is too much of a stretch. Besides,
yeah, you're correct. I mean, I agreed that you were correct, especially because I had talked to Radish and said that he had said that, you know, it's like life, death is one. I mean, we don't know this, but he thinks it's like life, death is one moon, and then space time is the other moon, and the third moon's reason. We don't know that. We don't know how they're split up. But then I saw other posts that was saying, you know, oh, there's only there's 4 shades and 3 moons. How does that all split up? And it's like, well, you know, it really can't. So it's like you try to entertain it with like, oh, could there be a 4th moon and then all the power was gone to each moon, or it was originally intended for the powers to go to the separate moons, and it's like you try to entertain that a little bit with, like, I try to entertain it too with like, okay, if there were plans for 4 moons, Nibelung's reason, like, could that be possible? But then since that didn't end up working, then he decided to split it among the 3 moons. It's like, seems very unlikely, you know?
Originally wanted him to. Dragonkind was known for having extremely advanced technology, so I don't believe that thinking of the moons as some sort of like technological marvel or a spaceship with a sentient AI-style goddess operating them is too much of a stretch. Besides, we have Irminsul, which is very computer-like, and it also has an AI goddess avatar in the form of Nahida or Rukkhadevata. We'll talk about her more in a bit. And I also suspect that their humanoid forms were the result of Nibelung creating them in a shape that resembled Voyager, since he longed for the daughter of the stars, which is Voyager in this case. But that's also speculation on my part. Now, small but fairly important side note, while there are only 3 moon goddesses ever mentioned, the Eternal Moon, the Frost Moon, and the Iridescent Moon, there are references to a 4th unborn,
I was trying to find exactly where it was.
Never lifted into the sky. While some legends claim that its surface became the island of Nodcry, I do wonder if this unborn moon set within the earth actually ended up in Sumeru instead. Remember that the moons are like arcs, and arcs are more or less seeds of civilization, so it's not unreasonable to imagine a scenario where the 4th moon seed sprouted and became Irminsul. This would make Rukkhadevata and Nahida the 4th moon goddess, which honestly kind of checks out because of their digital avatar nature and the undeniable similarities between Galambina and Nahida's clothing, right down to the little moon decorations. This idea of moon-like arcs being
Wait, hold on, fucking what?
Legends claim that its surface became the island of Nodcry. I do wonder if this unborn moon set within the earth actually ended up in Sumeru instead. Remember that the moons are like arcs, and arcs are more or less seeds of civilization, so it's not unreasonable to imagine a scenario where the 4th moon seed sprouted and became Irminsul. This would make Rukkhadevata and Nahida the 4th moon goddess, which honestly kind of checks out because of their digital avatar nature and the undeniable similarities between Galambina and Nahida's clothing, right down to the little moon decorations. This idea of moon-like arcs being seeds of civilization is very much on brand for Evangelion too, and we all know that Hoyoverse loves Evangelion. You cannot experience any of their games without at least a few references to Evangelion. It's just not possible. But before we move on, I do want to point out that in Finnish mythology, the primeval blacksmith Ilmarinen is the one who forges the world pillar, which is what Irminsul is. The name literally means great pillar, and in Hymns of the Far North, Nibelung is called the primeval blacksmith Iannakoinen, which is another name for Ilmarinen. This suggests that Nibelung either planted or at least created Irminsul, which if true, would solve one really big mystery that's been plaguing us since the very beginning of the game. You know, the who planted Irminsul and when did Irminsul show up argument. But we'll do a deep dive into that another day, I think. Now, in order for the moons to protect their dragon brethren, and as a sign of their authority, Nibelung granted each moon goddess a fragment of his authority and power, which seems to have manifested as a sort of power core that we call a moon marrow. Moon marrow is the source of Kuvaki, which is Finnish for moon power, but it could also be interpreted as the power of moonlight, since Nibelung could have been likened to a sun whose light is then reflected by the moons. For this reason, Kuvaki is the most primordial form of power in all of Teyvat, and it seems to be the source of all other non-abyssal powers. In fact, I will argue that Kuvaki is made up of equal parts phlogiston and primordial seawater, hence why we see the blue, red, and white variations of it all over Nodcry. We'll come back to the whole magnet thing in a bit too, but I will also—
Dude, I wanted more. I wanted a couple other people to talk about that quest more. Wait a second. The doctor became a moon. No, and this girl said the fourth moon might be Irminsul. Is this how he became a moon? Because we saw the picture of the doctor burning Irminsul. I don't know. Because I also don't think. Like we said, she got teleported to the false moon, but does that necessarily make the doctor the false moon that Columbina got teleported to? Like, that's the other thing, is that kind of goes against that Sumeru thing, right? Is because, was this false? Well, no, because that's kind of the moon he implanted, right? Well, no, that kind of, sorry, Jesus, there's so much. That kind of links back to my thing, is Dottore the only reason why a false moon is even written about, a false moon is even discussed? Like, I was trying to find earlier, where is it further discussed about a fourth moon, and I may have missed stuff, but I couldn't really find anything. I think the only place we really saw a discussion about a fourth moon is during the web event. Right? I mean, I could be wrong. If there's more, let me know. But we really don't get much discussion about a fourth moon. So, is the only reason we talk about a fourth moon because of Dottore's influence on the past? Or is it true that Nibelung wanted to do this fourth moon? You know what I mean? Because if it's only Dottore, then the whole Sumeru thing goes away. You know? I think we just need more text on where this fourth moon origin, like who first talked about this fourth moon. And I don't know if there's anything, there might be something else out there that I missed, but I was trying to look for something this morning. So, to your point, I don't know, because I don't know if Dottore actually became the fourth moon. Like, I don't know if he just, like, had her teleport to him acting as the fourth moon, if she just teleported to a device that he had with him that pretended to be the fourth moon. Like, I don't know. It's not really said that he's the fourth moon or he became the fourth moon. It was just that he teleported to, or that Columbina was teleported to the false moon. But it didn't say Dottore equals false moon. Maybe it could be assumed, but I don't know. Hey, if you find it, let me know. I mean, I searched, and I didn't see exactly where. I think more so texts. Like, we may have discussed it with other people about false moon, fourth moon, but I mean, like if there's any text or like where it was talked about, because we know Dottore talked about it. We know Dottore talked about it when he went back, and that's how he was able to do this whole false moon thing and teleport her there. But, like, I guess, where's Nibelung's discussion of it? Where did Nibelung say he wanted to make a fourth moon? Alice said went to his hands, which is basically confirming that he is a fake moon or a moon or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. If anything, it's going to be right at that cutscene at the end. I think it was, hold on, let me look. I think it was teleported to that false moon, right? But I don't think it said exactly what was the false moon. Hold on, let's look. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my god. Why? Why do I do this? Dude, I hate the Windows 11 tacking to the top, bro. It's so annoying. Dude, really right now? Oh my god, I could just double click, right? And not be a bot? That'd be great. If anything, it's gonna be here, right? Let's see.
Are you all right? Share a little medicine that could prove effective. Take it.
Made to Alice after the incident occurred.
That Dottore is a crafty one. He distracted the hexenzirkel by creating a huge fuss at Tevat's borders. I'd assumed that the cause was an abyssal intrusion from the outside world, which in fairness is a rather common occurrence. But after learning that you managed to influence the phantoms in Nodcry, I realized that perhaps this interference could have come from within Tevat instead.
But we weren't able to change their fates.
True, you couldn't change how their stories ended, but you did build some variables around yourself.
Variables?
Yes. Things you heard that you could not otherwise have learned. Ideas that would otherwise have never crossed your mind. All these things are variables. Of course, most variables usually pale into insignificance with the myriad of possibilities floating around. But the moment you start treating them as building blocks and intentionally stacking them, that changes things.
No, that's not what that means.
That's what Dottore did, and it's how he created the necessary conditions so that when you activated the portal tonight, it played right into his plan.
However,
he influenced the future, but he didn't like. You're saying choose like he set the future, like he didn't set it. He did certain things to influence the future.
we have no way of knowing.
In turn, he got information back out of them in order to make what he said was going to happen in the future be true. So he did, in a way, kind of write his own future, but he didn't, like, set it.
Exactly what he did.
Yeah, we also need to ascertain Columbina's status.
And that about sums it up.
As I suspected, Dottore has disappeared completely. If it's any consolation, he wasn't able to control Columbina as he might have wished to.
Oh no! What? She did what? All we saw was Dottore appeared and used some kind of power. The next thing we knew, he and Columbina were gone and you were falling into the sea.
So, Columbina intentionally opened the Moon Gate and escaped into the same mysterious world as Rarier and Thalindus.
Sounds like bad news.
Where the hell is the part about...
Seen in that way, the Trilunar Syzygy and Rarier's emergence, Dottore might have been pulling the strings in both cases. According to Miss Alice, he is attempting to transcend his destiny and finish an experiment that only a god might complete.
An utter lunatic.
An utter
Wait
lunatic.
Where's that guy? Seems like he'd want to be here for this.
Ah, what the...
He took off with the Dodo communication device after we spoke to Alice. He said he had a hunch that he wanted to investigate by himself. The look on his face was...
And then he pops up right here. Yep, he was one step ahead. Great. Honestly, I feel the same way. Okay.
I went to look for the Hyperborean phantoms again. I think I've gotten to the bottom of it. I got them to talk to Nicole on the other end of the communications line. Turns out, the history they describe is different from how Nicole remembers it.
Really? But how? Surely Nicole can't have been wrong.
Because the phantoms are the ones who are deceived. They speak of a savior who appeared in their history. One who never should have existed. This savior promised to create a new moon within the false sky, and even bring back their moon goddesses. Foolishly, they believed in him, and told him everything he wanted to know about the moons. It's obvious that this was Dottoro's doing.
Now you mention it, the first time we entered the Hyperborean ruins, we heard the phantoms discussing their history.
Yep.
But Dottori shouldn't have been able to get in there in the first place.
He didn't. Nicole said that this was an anomalous state triggered by disruptions in the causal connections between phantoms from the same era.
Yep.
The variables that Dottori put in place were substantial enough that they even affected phantoms that he never met.
So it's not that their memories were unclear. They'd been tampered with.
Yep.
That's exactly the possibility Dottori was trying to manufacture. He turned these variables into knowledge and engineered the situation so all that knowledge would fall into his hands. Then, he harnessed that knowledge on Moon Prayer Night.
Okay.
To truly create a false moon.
How is that even possible?
To be precise, he exploited a weakness in the way the spell works. The spell senses Kuvaki to detect the moon's location. So, as long as the false moon more strongly resembled the moon than the frost moon beyond the skies, the gate would teleport Columbina to the false moon's location. In other words,
to Dottori's side. Okay,
Once he had her under control, the teleportation spell remained active, and he manipulated her power to seize both moon marrows.
At that moment, the moon marrows disappeared right before our eyes. It was already too late, even as we were leaving the ruins.
By then, Dottore had already amassed the power of all three moons. I expressed to her
Okay, this doesn't matter. Okay, so
the gate false moon more strongly resembled.
Harness the power of the Moon Prayer Night to truly create a false moon. In other words, yeah. So I guess that is kind of saying that it is him.
As long as the false moon more strongly resembled the moon than the frost moon beyond the skies.
Yeah.
The gate would teleport Columbina to the false moon's location. In other words, to Dottori's side.
Yeah, that seems right. So yeah, Dottori made himself into the false moon. But we don't know how because we don't have the information he got from the phantoms. Okay.
Since Nibelung could have been likened to a sun whose light is then reflected by the moons. For this reason, Kuvaki is the most primordial form of power in all of Teyvat, and it seems to be the source of all other non-abyssal powers. In fact, I will argue that Kuvaki is made up of equal parts phlogiston and primordial seawater, hence why we see the blue, red, and white variations of it all over Nodcry. We'll come back to the whole magnet thing in a bit, too.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to say because we don't know exactly what he learned from the phantoms. That's the tricky part. Like, and how would they know what it takes to make a moon? You know what I mean? Like that's.
But I will also argue that all these three primordial powers are technically made of dragon blood, or just are dragon blood. Let me explain. In the finale of Deep Galleries.
Oh wait, sorry. I got fuck. Hold on. Oh, I wish more people would go into. I haven't seen. I gotta I did this quest quick. I feel like we'll get an expansion even further.
Red
onto
and white variations of it
this
all over
quest ended.
Nodcry. We'll come back to the whole magnet thing in a bit too, but I will also argue that all these 3 primordial powers are technically made of dragon blood, or just are dragon blood. Let me explain. In the finale of Deep Gallery's set, Nibelung says, "If the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm," meaning his bones will protect Teyvat, which is also what the moons were created to do. They were supposed to protect all life on Teyvat. Now later in the set, it says that the bones of the earth were shackled with regards to an incident wherein the moons were supposed to be shackled, once again implying that the moons are the bones of Nibelung. Now bones contain marrow, and moons also contain marrow, apparently, and bone marrow produces blood in the same way that moon marrow produces kuvaki. Ergo, kuvaki is blood. If you need some more evidence, well, you're in luck because I have some. So modern evolutionary theory posits that all life on Earth originated in the early primordial oceans. Early life forms evolved many types of complex vascular systems in order to circulate this seawater inside of them because they needed it in order to survive, kind of like how we need to breathe air in order to live. And as life began to venture onto dry land, it needed a way to take that seawater with them. Hence, the vascular systems got more and more advanced. Over time, that vascular system full of seawater evolved to do way more things until it became recognizable as the blood we have today. My lore buddy Kat reminded me of this and also sent along a great episode from PBS Eons about it if you're interested. Now, this primordial ocean reminds me a lot of Genshin's primordial sea because not only does all life within Teyvat come from the primordial sea, but the entire Fontaine Archon quest was about how people with seawater in their veins weren't truly human yet. They were still creatures of the ocean, not truly born for land yet. For this reason, I've come to think of the primordial sea as a representation of the body. After all, the power of water is its ability to take any shape, and primordial seawater seems to have even more potent effects when it comes to reshaping things. We got to see this firsthand in Siegewen's story quest, where primordial seawater-based cosmetics were used to completely reshape people's appearances. In this context, it's very interesting that Egeria could only use primordial seawater to shape her Oceanid familiars into human forms, but she was unable to transmute that water into true blood and make them into, you know, real human beings. Something that Neuvillette could do because he was supposed to be the heart of the primordial sea. Changing things and reshaping them was kind of his job. So I know that was a long drawn out explanation, but I really feel like this is a pretty good explanation of why the primordial sea feels like a representation of the body to me. Phlogiston, on the other hand, is a lot simpler.
That's cool.
In that land,
hell yeah,
phlogiston
sure.
is firmly established as liquid knowledge. You soak in it, you can collect a ton of memories. So I think it's a pretty easy argument to make that phlogiston is a representation of the mind or memories. So red phlogiston plus blue primordial seawater equals white kuvaki, a perfect union of body and mind. You might even say that the body and mind fused together forms
make purple, right? I mean, whatever. Hey, fuck it. New color unlocked. White. Red plus blue equals white.
The self, which is kuvaki. As a side note, I do find it very interesting that Irminsul kind of functions like a heart as well, because it is part of a vascular system for Teyvat, right? Like, the ley lines are the veins of the earth.
Yeah.
They pump elemental energy and memories, as if they were blood, throughout the entire planet. And if my theory about Irminsul actually being a tree that sprouted from an unborn moon turns out to be right, then essentially Irminsul is pumping a form of kuvaki throughout the world, perhaps in the form of both phlogiston.
I need to, like, I just want to know if there's any other texts that talk about the fourth moon, like, especially from Nibelung's perspective. I feel like there has to be, that I just can't find.
And primordial seawater, or slightly altered versions of them for reasons we'll cover in a bit. If so, this could explain why our stamina system in-game is called resin, and the resin has a tree in it, but also comes in moon shapes. The tree is a moon heart that pumps moon blood throughout the world. And the moon blood is kuvaki, which also means that kuvaki is resin because resin is tree blood. And speaking of kuvaki, the concept of vaki comes from Finnish mythology, and the easiest way to understand it is to simply think of it like spiritual power. The ku in kuvaki means moon, so kuvaki literally means spirit power of the moon. But the thing is, in Finnish folklore, there are a ton of types of vaki, and normal people can obtain.
Now I don't have the most explicit sources for this claim, as most of what I have access to in English is wildly insufficient when it comes to these really niche topics, but what I have read does support what I've been told by a very helpful Finnish speaker and folklore enthusiast named Kaiku, who's been helping out with my Finnish folklore research. Well, W. Kaiku, I guess.
The power of Vaki through offerings and rituals to their respective spirits that govern over those types of powers. The two most noteworthy examples that I can find is for Fire Vaki, which can be used by offering blood, and Water Vaki, which can be used by offering up silver. Now,
ooh, I'll offer up some blood for some Fire Vaki. Where do we do that at?
with that context, I will remind you that Lauma, who is
Fire
from
Vaki.
the Frost Moon Scions, worshippers of the Frost Moon, uses her silver blood to heal the bodies of people. Meanwhile, Arlecchino, who descends from the followers of the Iridescent Moon, has Bale Moon blood fire flowing through her veins that can alter or erase memories. So silver blood can affect the body, fiery blood can affect the mind. The themes are theming here. Now, along these lines, but still as a side note, moon wheels may have been droplets of crystallized moon blood that were formed from moon marrow. Like, on the one hand, we know that they were ritual items given from the moon to their followers in order for their followers to be able to use like a small facsimile of their powers, which is also how they became known as prototype visions. But the reason I'm calling them crystallized blood is because we have an example of something like this happening elsewhere. Back in Inazuma, we saw the Fatui make these artificial visions called delusions out of the crystal marrow that formed from Orobashi's blood. Or at least the crystal marrow is what we call the coagulation of the blood that grows off of Orobashi's bones. That might actually be a better way to put it. But either way, I think this is a really good example of how moon wheels could actually be coagulated bits of moon blood that the moons gave to their followers to grant them power. I really need to do a whole video on like dragon blood lore because like this rabbit hole goes so deep and I'm just not prepared to go through it right now. But as a final note before we go back to story time, a moon marrow also grants a moon goddess the right to open up a passage or a moon gate between Teyvat and their respective moons. I think the initial purpose of this was to be able to shuttle people back and forth from the surface of the planet to the moons when it was time to finally, you know, depart and go on somewhere else, but that remains to be seen. Now, in the Archon quest, Thelindis also says that the moon marrow might even be a sort of portal in and of itself, but I think it might be more accurate to describe the moon marrow as the power core that connects the moon goddess to their moon. Without the marrow, the moon goddess will lack Kuvaki and authority, as we can see with Columbina, who is not in possession of the marrow that is rightfully hers. Incidentally, this lack of marrow is why she needs the traveler to supply her with Kuvaki periodically. It's literally like a regular blood transfusion because she cannot produce her own blood, or Kuvaki. And that's probably why she's so sleepy all the time. And one last thing before we move on. I've had a theory for a long time that visions are basically dragon pearls. And so far, that theory seems to be holding up. Because if you think of visions as dragon pearls, then moon wheels are also dragon pearls, but more like primordial, unrefined versions
original
of them.
ones.
Because they are basically dragon pearls that the moons gave to their followers. But I do think it's very important to...
And it makes sense that they're more powerful, you know? Like, the whole lunar charge, lunar bloom, all that shit. Hey, it's better than the regular stuff we got. You know what I mean? That's... They're OG more powerful. We could do more with them.
Note that the moons themselves are also referred to as wheels many times in the game, which might suggest that the moons themselves are the visions or moon wheels of someone else, specifically Nibelung. To put it another way, the moons are Nibelung's dragon balls. I'm only mentioning this because it's gonna come up in a minute. And okay, I think that's enough explanations for now. Let us get back to story time. After tasking his sovereigns with developing Dragon NASA, raising his moon daughters into the sky, and also giving them legions of Kuhenki to take care of them, Nibelung decided to investigate the abyss that Voyager had warned him was coming and left Teyvat in the moon's care for a while. While we don't know for sure why he decided to do this, it's very possible that the abyss was approaching Teyvat a lot faster than Nibelung expected, and he probably wanted to see what he was up against. I say that because we know that the abyss is
okay, so we just went on a crazy side quest of dragon blood, but that's okay. That's okay. I mean, I've never even like thought about it really. I think this is something she's like. This is definitely one of her fixations, you know, especially with the whole what visions are, you know, dragon pearls and all that. She fixates on that. That's one of her things that like she focuses on a lot. But this is like a side quest. The Dragon Blood was like a side quest. Okay.
to as wheels many times in the game, which might suggest that the moons themselves are the visions or moon wheels of someone else, specifically Nibelung. To put it another way, the moons are Nibelung's Dragon Balls. I'm only mentioning this because it's gonna come up in a minute. And okay, I think that's enough explanations for now. Let us get back to story time. After tasking his sovereigns with developing Dragon NASA, raising his moon daughters into the sky, and also giving them legions of Kuhenki to take care of them, Nibelung decided to investigate the abyss that Voyager had warned him was coming and left Teyvat in the moon's care for a while. While we don't know for sure why he decided to do this, it's very possible that the abyss was approaching Teyvat a lot faster than Nibelung expected, and he probably wanted to see what he was up against. I say that because we know that the abyss is currently outside of Teyvat, where the moons currently are. But while he was away, an entity known as Phanes, or the leader of Celestia, or the Heavenly Principles, take your pick, I'm gonna call him Phanes, coerced the moons into some kind of agreement that granted Phanes full authority over them and the planet at large. Phanes then used that authority to not only conquer Teyvat, but also to subjugate all of dragonkind with the help of their 4 shades that they created: Nibarius, Istaroth, Renova, and Asmodee. Small side note, I actually think it's possible that the 4 shades were created using the same technology that creates moon goddess avatars. So like they could have been 3D printed the same way Columbina was. We'll talk about that later. And if so, that would make each of the 4 shades probably something like the cherubim from that angel ranking from earlier. Now we don't know why Phanes
less powerful than the moon people, than the moon avatars, than the moon goddess entities
actually wanted to conquer this planet. But we do have this one book called Before Sun and Moon, which talks about this whole time period, and it's just full of references to Noah's Ark. So I actually wonder if Phanes was a leader of a bunch of human refugees, and then they found this planet that looked somewhat habitable, and decided that this would be a good place to recolonize and repopulate the human race. Because that's exactly what they set about doing after they won the war. They began terraforming and customizing the world in order to better suit humans instead of dragons.
So my question is how were the, like, how strong was he that the moon goddesses didn't stand a chance? That's what Nicole said, right? Is that they didn't, like, they weren't powerful enough to fight him, which is why they had to sign this peace agreement. And it was basically like, he could have destroyed them if he wanted to, off rip. But he didn't see him as a threat, which is why they initially made that peace agreement. But if they're so strong, and we're going to rank the shades now below the original moon goddesses, like how does that make them, how does that, how, that's what I mean. He like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Why is he so strong? What power does he have from beyond the star, or beyond the fucking planet, man? What has he got there?
Race. Because that's exactly what they set about doing after they won the war. They began terraforming and customizing the world in order to better suit humans instead of dragons. And this meant adjusting the primordial powers of the world, like the primordial sea and phlogiston and Kuvaki, because they were too harmful to humans. They were toxic almost. Now remember, Kuvaki is the power of moonlight, essentially, right? So what Phanes seems to have done is split those rays of light into 7 individual colors that we now recognize as the 7 elements of modern Teyvat. Now I know I've mostly talked about Kuvaki in terms of it being like a dragon blood power source sort of thing, but it is important to remember that dragons are said to be creatures of the light realm, which means that they are spiritual or light-based beings. So it makes sense if their blood is made of light or has light-like properties. Hence why moonlight blood can be split into different colors that make up elements.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like he's from a totally different he's a Honkai character, bro. I mean, shit. I remember when Skirk stuff got released, everyone was like, "Oh my god, Skirk looks like a Honkai character. Oh my god, why does Skirk look like a Honkai character?" And of course, the first character that's not from Teyvat, everyone's like, "Oh, she's a Honkai character." I mean, bro, let's be real. Teyvat's just a planet inside the Honkai universe. I mean, it is what it is. Like that's just, it might as well just be written in stone.
Or light-based beings. So it makes sense if their blood is made of light or has light-like properties. Hence why moonlight blood can be split into different colors that make up elements, right? But thinking about Kuvaki in terms of light also means we should think about it in terms of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is probably why Nod Cry is full of magnet puzzles. Because, you know, electromagnetism! And that's really all I'm gonna say on that. Now, although Phaenix did have absolute authority over the entire planet, that didn't mean that they wiped out all of the hostile entities on the planet. There were still tons of dragons around. So Phaenix kind of figured that their newborn human race would need both guidance and protection. So they spun their own race of angels from moonlight, and these angels are what we know of as the Seelies. And this slight difference in parentage is the reason why Seelies and dragons do not get along. And because Phaenix was only able to accomplish all of this because they extracted the vows of obedience from the moons themselves, the dragons considered the moon goddesses to be traitors to the dragon race. So a lot of bad blood between the dragons and the moons and the Seelies.
Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Rewind.
Do not get along. And this is from moonlight, and these angels are what we know of as the Seelies. And this from both guidance around. So Phaenix kind of figured that their newborn human race would need both guidance and protection. So they spun their own race of angels from moonlight, and these angels are what we know of as the Seelies. And this slight difference in parentage is the reason why Seelies and dragons do not get along. And because Phaenix was only able to accomplish all of this because they extracted the vows of obedience from the moons themselves, the dragons considered the moon goddesses to be traitors to the dragon race. So a lot of bad blood between the dragons and the moons and the Seelies. We're not off to a good start. Despite the fact that the moon goddesses were the ones who granted Phaenix the new authority over to that, the moon goddesses were actually quite displeased with this new master of theirs. But they were also powerless to act against them until Voyager finally returned as promised to see how Nibelung was doing. But Nibelung was nowhere to be found, and some unknown person was seated on his throne. Needless to say, Voyager was very confused, so she decided to investigate the planet for herself. She descended from beyond the sky and indwelled within the body of a young man. Because remember, she's just a spirit. She left her real body somewhere else in space, and she needed a new body in order to traverse this world. So she, in the body of a he, eventually met the first angel that was created by Phaenix, an angel by the name of Koitar, aka the Lady Dawn. The two of them fell in love, and then also decided that they wanted to start a revolution together and overthrow the heavenly principles, aka Phaenix. Easiest way to understand what's going on here is to think of Koitar as Lucifer. Both Lucifer and Koitar are known as the Lightbringers, the Dawnbringers, or the Morning Stars, and both of them led the angels in a war against God in heaven. Anyway, in preparation for the rebellion, Voyager gifted their followers incredible technology, like the Arrow of Tepacuranis. It's a pretty ancient device that's quite similar to the Kuvaki cannon as far as I can tell. Its job is to take the light-based dragon power and solidify it into a projectile that can obliterate the abyss. This is a pretty important device, but it's not as important as the Voyager's Sampo Mill. The Sampo Mill is a little bit more complicated than the Arrow of Tepacuranis, mostly because while we know a little bit about what it does, we don't really know what it was for. But what we do know is that it's named after a very important relic from Finnish mythology called the Sampo, which was described as a magic hand mill that can create infinite grain and gold. And much like its mythological counterpart, the Sampo in Genshin is also a device of creation. In fact, its name is an acronym that stands for Subatomic Assembling Mass Energy Patterning Orb. So once again, it's a synthesizer or transmutation device that can only be operated by someone with the appropriate qualifications and authority. This device is incredibly important to the history of Nod Cry. But I'm bringing it up now because I think there's a very important reason why Voyager made this device in the first place. See, the Sampo has a lot in common with Moon Marrow. Both are these orbs or power cores that can generate incredible amounts of draconic power. And as we'll see later in the video, the Sampo also has the ability to open a doorway or a gateway to another realm. Sampo has a lot in common with Moon Marrow. Both are these orbs or power cores that can generate incredible amounts of draconic power. And as we'll see later in the video, the Sampo also has the ability to open a doorway or a gateway to another realm, specifically the Abyss realm, or perhaps the Moon. I wrote a theory about it. And the Sampo can only be operated—
I didn't watch that video. Okay.
By someone who has the appropriate authority. This is what makes it sound exactly like an artificial moon marrow. Moon marrows, again, produce an incredible amount of kuvaki or draconic power. They grant a moon goddess authority, and they allow a moon goddess to open a moon gate between the moon and Teyvat. And I think Voyager and Koitar needed this kind of device for reasons we'll get into in a second. Voyager and Koitar also built a giant tower in the golden city of Hyperborea located somewhere in the Northlands. Hyperborea appears to have been a place full of those who worshipped the moon goddesses, especially the frost moon, and thus they had the ability to manipulate kuvaki. It made for a very convenient gathering spot for any humans or Seelies who wished to overthrow the heavenly principles. So this anti-heaven army would have been made up of Seelies and angels, potentially humans, and also the newborn race of the Snowland Fae, which Koitar had spun from the frost moon's light. Now the moons were not completely unaware of what was going on into that. They knew of the upcoming rebellion, but they could not agree on what to do about it. But they had to make a decision quickly because Nibelung had returned, and he was not pleased with the state he found the planet in. Now, one moon goddess believed that they should
I knew of the upcoming rebellion.
Side with Nibelung and support him because he was their creator, and this planet was technically his. But the other two moon goddesses appeared
Wait, where does it say other two?
To have disagreed with the first. One of the dissenting moon goddesses believed that they should remain completely neutral, for it was their role to protect the planet and act in its best interest.
I don't agree. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You're in a peace agreement. You're in a peace agreement. You're in a peace agreement. There is no neutral. What, you think he's gonna come back and be cool with that? Like, no. That just doesn't make sense. If a king comes back, he wants to sit on his throne, okay? You think he's just gonna be cool with Lil Bro sitting on his throne? No. By staying neutral, you're picking a side. I don't care. I don't care how it's worded. I don't care.
And while they may not enjoy working alongside the current heavenly principles, Nibelung had obtained the power of the Abyss, and she was worried about the Abyss's impact on the planet itself. But perhaps their opinion never truly mattered, because Nibelung was furious that they even let this planet fall into the hands of the heavenly principles or Phaenix to begin with. So he punished his moon goddesses by stripping them of their connections to
See, but where does it say two of them? It doesn't say two of them. It just says 1 and 1.
Best interests. And while they may not enjoy working, this planet was technically his. But the other two moon goddesses appeared to have
two moon goddesses
disagreed with the first. One of the dissenting moon goddesses believed that they should remain completely neutral, for it was their role to protect the planet and act in its best interests. And while they may not enjoy working alongside the current heavenly principles, Nibelung had obtained the power of the Abyss, and she was worried about the Abyss's impact on the planet itself. But perhaps their opinion never truly mattered, because Nibelung was furious that they even let this planet fall into the hands of the heavenly principles or Phaenix to begin with. So he punished his moon goddesses by stripping them of their connections to their respective moons and imprisoning them somewhere.
I can accept that I'm wrong in the fact that that's not what she said. Nicole didn't say that they sided with the heavenly principles. I'll accept that I'm wrong there. But I will not accept that I'm wrong in the fact that she's stupid for thinking that, not her, Ashka, that the moon sister is stupid for thinking that staying neutral, that you have the choice to stay neutral. Okay? You do not have the choice to stay neutral. Why? Because guess what's going to happen, right? Nibelung, right, okay, they made the agreement, they're peaceful, great, whatever, right? Nibelung walks in, he's gonna see them two chatting it up, like, oh, hey, yeah, we're peaceful with each other, oh, but he's sitting on your throne. Nibelung's gonna be like, yo, bitch, get off of my throne. Yo, help me get this guy off of my throne. You guys are my spawns, you know what I mean? Like, dude, there's no staying neutral. The moon goddess at that point, she's gonna get thrown into it no matter what. They're getting thrown into it. So it's dumb to assume that you can stay neutral.
If this feels a little bit confusing to you, think of the moons themselves, like the physical structure, as being the bodies of the moons. But then the moon goddesses are like the spirit or soul that inhabits that body. So Nibelung would have split the body and soul, and then imprisoned those souls somewhere else so that they couldn't control their own bodies.
Correct.
Nibelung also stripped them of their authorities and connection to Teyvat, and with nothing left to connect them to their moons or the planet, they were doomed to wither away slowly. Now you remember why I said Koitar and Voyager might have wanted an artificial moon marrow in order to open a moon gate, I think somehow Koitar and Voyager were aware that the moons had been imprisoned somewhere. And this Sampo, or artificial moon marrow device, was a—
Wait, who had? Hold on. I'm reading at the same time. I'm listening, and she goes fast, and reading at the same time as listening gets tricky. They're not even friends. They have nothing to do. I mean, yeah, true, but like you get my point. I'm not saying that they're literally friends, but you get my point. Is to like thinking you can remain neutral when you have a peace agreement. Just that's not how it works. People, especially, yeah, okay, yeah, he had Abyss, so he's gonna come in and rage just like he did. Why do you think they got in prison? Like, I mean, come on now. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. They might not have been having a tea party, but you see my point.
Due to that, and with nothing left to connect them to their moons or the planet, they were doomed to wither away slowly. Now, you remember why I said Koitar and Voyager might have wanted an artificial moon marrow in order to open a moon gate? I think somehow Koitar and Voyager were aware that the moons had been imprisoned somewhere. And this Sampo—
Koitar and Voyager had a feeling the moons have been in prison somewhere.
Or artificial moon marrow device was a means through which they could access the moons and potentially free them. I'm not sure whether or not they would have believed that the moons were imprisoned by Nibelung or the Heavenly Principles, but I don't know that it necessarily matters. Either way, this portion is just my speculation. So the Heavenly Principles at this point is facing two very big problems. On the one hand, they have Koitar and Voyager's rebellion to deal with, and on the other hand, they have the returned Dragon King ready to reclaim his planet with his own army of disgruntled dragons, and the reclaimed power of the three moons which Nibelung had fashioned into weapons. This is why I was calling the moons his Dragon Balls earlier. Think of the moon as like a dragon's flaming pearl. Mythologically speaking, a dragon's flaming pearl is meant to contain a lot of its power and wisdom. So, you know, I kind of feel like the analogy checks out. So everything kind of coalesced into a perfect storm that became known as the Great War of Vengeance. It all began with Koitar and Voyager launching an assault against Heaven, followed by the surviving dragons launching an attack of their own. And it all came to a head when the moons began circling the ocean, and Nibelung rose from the depths, wielding his full authority and his newfound abyssal power. We don't actually know how the rest of the war played out,
yeah,
but what we do know is that the Heavenly Principles, which is what I've been calling Phanes, now perceived the moons as a threat, which it didn't previously. And so it completely shattered the bodies of the iridescent and eternal moons.
Oh, yeah, duh, obviously.
Which killed their respective goddesses almost instantly. The Frost Moon, on the other hand, appears to have either been accidentally or intentionally thrown beyond the boundaries of the false sky, so its goddess did not die immediately. It's unclear how or if Nibelung was defeated, but he did vanish around the time the war concluded. But it is worth remembering that the Heavenly Principles are not all powerful. They were severely wounded in this war, and many of their functions or authorities had been destroyed or compromised. This Great War of Vengeance appears to have concluded about 6,000 years ago, which for context is about the same age as Zhongli. But even though the war had ended, there was a lot of fallout to deal with. Nibelung's defeat or disappearance led to an influx of abyssal power, flooding the planet and filling it full of abyssal monsters. In an effort to cleanse the land of the abyss, the Heavenly Principles sent down hordes of celestial nails, which purified it, and also obliterated a lot of human settlements within the unified civilization, like the Golden City of Hyperborea, the civilization within the chasm, Sol Vindignir, Delphi Pytho, which we know of as Enkanomia, and many other settlements, some of which were buried beneath the earth and became the foundations of the place that we now call Conria. This post-war period was dubbed the Funerary Years, in light of all the death and devastation. What followed was an era where God Kings filled massive power vacuums throughout the mortal realm, while Phanes was preoccupied cleaning up all of the abyssal contamination, and also allegedly punishing everyone responsible for the war in the process. As a result of Phanes' work, all but 5 Seelies were stripped of their forms, reduced to nothing but tiny spirits that hungered for lost memories. These 5 Seelie survivors either were spared from, managed to escape from, or were immune to Phanes' punishment, and I think I might know why. Do note that this theory may not actually hold up in practice, because obviously we have other Seelie survivors like Nicole, but I'm mentioning it anyway because I do think that there are some themes that are worth considering, perhaps not in this application, but in other applications. See, prior to the start of the war, Koitar had addressed 4 Seelies specifically and issued each of them a prophecy. Nabu Malikata was destined to meet her end in the Sumeru Desert. Sibylla would meet hers in the depths of the Lemurian Sea. Yohal Tekutin would survive alone in the realm of the dead, in Natlan, Durin, and the Celadon mayor, whose real name is unknown, would wait for something that may never arrive in Liyue. Now that you know who they are, let me explain my hypothesis on why they survived. See, Koitar explicitly instructed these 4 angels to drench their wings in filth before the war. Now, generally, Genshin uses filth to refer to the abyss, and if that's also the case here, then Koitar and her 4 companions may have tried to use forbidden knowledge from the abyss to fight Phanes, which is also what Apep thinks Nibelung tried to do. So in other words, these 4 angels drenched themselves in the abyssal muck, and that's what prevented them from dying. Now, like the 4 named Seelies, Voyager and Koitar also allegedly survived, but were punished separately from the rest of them. It's said that their memories were forcibly wiped and that the 2 were forbidden from ever seeing each other again. We don't know what happened to them after that, except that at some point, Koitar was able to pass on some of her remaining power to Boreas, aka Andreas. Yeah, the wolf in Mondstadt. As for the fate of the moons and their goddesses, well, the iridescent and eternal moons had been completely destroyed and shattered by the abyssal dragon. The heart of the eternal moon landed in Nodcry, while the iridescent moon's marrow sank into the sea and reappeared in Conria, where it was renamed the Crimson Moon. Only the Frost Moon survived long enough to bear witness to the post-war devastation, but she knew that her time was limited. So in her final hours, she instructed the survivors of Hyperborea, which had been destroyed by a celestial nail during the war, to travel south to Nodcry and settle on Hisi Island. She also granted them one final blessing before she withered away. These Hyperborean refugees of the Frost Moon would eventually become known as the Frost Moon Scions. And that concludes our known timeline. But I do think it's important to remember that it is in this post-war period that the 3rd Descender, Saralainen, or Ajax if you prefer, met the Tsaritsa and ended up opening a forbidden gateway at the request of the Tsaritsa's father, the Belyit Tsar. Saralainen was either torn to pieces by the gateway itself, something I wrote a whole theory about, or they were split into pieces by Phanes as punishment for opening the gateway. We're not really sure which it is. But regardless, those 7 fragments were fashioned into the 7 Gnosis, and were offered up as prizes to the 7 victors of the Archon War, which followed soon after. The Archon War didn't really reach Nodcry, so I won't mention much more about it. I just wanted to mention it as context for the greater world timeline. And I also wanted to mention it because Phanes is, as far as we know, the 1st Descender, which should make Voyager the 2nd Descender, although that is not explicitly confirmed anywhere.
Yep.
I think that also helps solidify the timeline because then we can look at the Traveler, who is the 4th Descender and also the last one to arrive in Teyvat, and go, yeah, okay, this order of arrival makes sense. And just to put all that in perspective, the 1st Descender, the Heavenly Principles, should have arrived in Teyvat well over 6,000 years ago, while the 2nd Descender, allegedly Voyager, should have arrived around 6,000 years ago, before the start of the funerary years. Now, because he was split into the 7 Gnosis, the 3rd Descender, Saralainen, must have arrived in Teyvat anywhere from 6,000 to 4,000 years ago, give or take. That wide estimate is because he has to have arrived after the funerary years, because he rediscovered
Hold on.
years. Now, because he was split into the 7 Gnosis, the 3rd Descender, Saralainen, must have arrived in Teyvat anywhere from 6,000 to 4,000 years ago, give or take. That wide estimate is because he has to have arrived after the funerary years, because he rediscovered the ruins of Hyperborea, which was destroyed during those wars. But also he must have arrived before the Archon War, since his remnants were issued as prizes for said war. And the earliest known date that we have for the Archon War is about 3,700 years ago. And that leaves us with the 4th Descender, the Traveler, who we know, or we think, arrived in Teyvat around 500 years ago, a few years prior to the Conrian Cataclysm. Now, as much as I'd like to spend more time elaborating on the events of the Archon War and the Conrian Cataclysm, those events are kind of crucial parts of each nation's history rather than Teyvat's collective history. And I kind of have this little tradition of compiling each nation's history near the end of each patch cycle, so I think this is a good place to end our little history lesson for today. Now, my lovely little channel members have been scrolling on by for a while now, and they deserve a thank you for putting...
Open gate and get cut up, moon gate. Yeah, what does she say there?
Practice, because obviously we have other Seelie survivors like Nicole, but I'm mentioning it as that let me explain my hypothesis on why Voyager may have tried to use these. Voyager and Koitar also allegedly survived, but were punished separately from the rest of them. It's said that their memories were forcibly wiped and that the 2 were forbidden from ever seeing each other again. We don't know what happened to them after that, except that at some point, Koitar was able to pass on some of her remaining power to Boreas, aka Andreas. Yeah, the wolf in Mondstadt. at. As for the fate of the moons and their goddesses, well, the iridescent and eternal moons had been completely destroyed and shattered by the abyssal dragon. The heart of the eternal moon landed in Nodcry, while the iridescent moon's marrow sank into the sea and reappeared in Conria, where it was renamed the Crimson Moon. Only the Frost Moon survived long enough to bear witness to the post-war devastation, but she knew that her time was limited. So in her final hours, she instructed the survivors of Hyperborea, which had been destroyed by a celestial nail during the war, to travel south to Nodcry and settle on Hisi Island. She also granted them one final blessing before she withered away. These Hyperborean refugees of the Frost Moon would eventually become known as the Frost Moon Scions. And that concludes our known timeline, but I do think it's important to remember that it is in this post-war period that the third descender, Saralainen, or Ajax if you prefer, met the Tsaritsa and ended up opening a forbidden gateway at the request of the Tsaritsa's father, the Belyit Tsar. Saralainen was either torn to pieces by the gateway itself.
Let's see. Yeah, forbidden gateway. That's right. That's right. I remember that. Where was all that from when we got all that information? It doesn't matter. But I do remember all that info. But it's just, yeah. Is it a moon gate? Because if it was using that other piece she was talking about, the fake moon marrow that could open up a moon gate, you know?
Something I wrote a whole theory about, or they were split into pieces by Phanes as punishment for opening the gateway. We're not really sure which it is, but regardless.
Oh yeah, was it Hymns? Was it Hymns of the Far North? Yeah, it was Hymns of the Far North, right? Yeah, it's all this. Yeah. Yeah, it was Hymns of the Far North that all that story was in.
Regardless, those 7 fragments were fashioned into the 7 Gnosis, and were offered up as prizes to the 7 victors of the Archon War, which followed soon after. The Archon War didn't really reach Nodcry, so I won't mention much more about it. I just wanted to mention it as context for the greater world timeline. And I also wanted...
The word gate was specifically used for the moon one. They used different words for other kind of gates. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Very nice. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff in here that I like. The whole dragon blood. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, normally I thought this video was gonna take me longer because I guess normally it's one thing when we're talking about a specific subject, but you know, it was a nice little explanation of stuff. Which obviously it's all timeline, so it's all stuff we know. But I'm very curious about the
And while they may not enjoy working alongside, they're technically his. But the other 2 moon goddesses...
The other 2 moon goddesses. Another would argue that taking sides in the conflict, but it never says what the third one says. No, you're not correct. It's not confirmed to be correct. I don't care what you say. You're never gonna get... Until we know for sure... We don't know. We'll find out next patch. I'm not saying you're correct. I just want to know why
neutral, for it was their role.
Here. We know that it has cut people up, but we don't know what it's done to others. So that's okay. That's okay. And I checked the wiki too. The wiki definitely doesn't say that. It just says 1 and 1 on there too. So it's like, moon. Conflict caused the Moon Sisters to fall in dispute with each other. One of them felt they should support Nibelung, while another favored a neutral stance, arguing that taking sides in the conflict would lead to disaster either way, especially since Nibelung was now corrupted by the Abyss. I don't know. What? Every person that left the Moon Gate was cut up? I'm reaching this point. It's not even confirmed that the Forbidden Gate was a Moon Gate, bruh. We'll see. I'm not jumping to conclusions, is all I'm saying. I refuse to jump to any type of conclusions in these games. That's just setting yourself up for failure. That's all I'm saying. That's why everything's a theory and speculation until proven otherwise. But anybody who wants to die on that hill, hey, fear free, brother. Because if you, hey, yeah, you get to feel good if you're right, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. Hey, I'll just speculate and I'll say I'm speculating. I'll say I have an idea. I'm not gonna die on any hill. But you do you, bro. Good video. Great video. Great video. Let's see. Any notes and corrections? None yet. Okay. Oh yeah. Yep. Everyone's upset that they Varka intervened. Interrupted. Hey, I mean, if you really want to go in depth, if you really want to go there, if you really want to call something out, hey, I can piss people off. Yeah, Varka hasn't done shit. But, I mean, the Tory ain't all that. The Tory, look, I still say my copium theory is that they're letting Dottore get away with this as a false sense of winning. I do not believe that he outsmarted every single person. And that's my own personal opinion. I'd be happy to be proven wrong next patch. I will welcome being proven wrong next patch, but until I'm proven wrong, I stand by it. Alice, mages, hexenzirkels, letting him get away with this for a reason we do not yet know. He is not that good. He is not that guy. Either way, it's a good write-up, though. I said Varka. I said Varka was acting weird the whole time we were in the little festival. Varka was acting weird throughout the whole festival. I don't know. He wasn't putting on much of a... He wasn't giving off many? He wasn't giving off Grandmaster vibes. You know what I mean? There was something that just seemed different about him during the festival. I don't know. And the fact that he kept trying to... Oh, hold on. Maybe there was an additional reason why he kept cutting Nicole off. Maybe we're all looking at it as though shut up. But maybe there was a deeper reason why he kept stopping Nicole. He comes back for his rallying speech at the end, right? Like, oh, why can't we do the same thing as Dottore? Why can't we set some variables ourselves? Which made him look good in the end, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you can outsmart God of Wisdom, but, bruh, Alice is that. Alice is her. You know what I mean? Alice has been too carefree to not, like, I feel like we would have got more emotion out of Alice at the end, too. For somebody who was acting all carefree throughout the entire thing, we saw how emotional Arlecchino got. We saw how emotional Sandrone got. We saw how emotional everyone else got. Alice is still acting carefree. She's been carefree the entire time. And you're going to say if she was successfully outsmarted that she's still going to be carefree? No. 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 You want to know why? Because if somebody's got an ego, it's her. I'm not saying Varka's naturally evil, but maybe something got to him. Maybe he's got a bug inside his head. I don't know. Something seemed a little off. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He didn't do a single thing in the quest but try to stop Nicole from talking. And that's all he's remembered for, as we just saw in the comments. We just watched 2 videos, and all anyone's talking about, if Barker comes up, is how he stopped Nicole from talking. That's all he's remembered for in 6-2. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There might be something to that. It didn't just happen once, it happened multiple times. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Varka is the doctor's clone. Prove me wrong. Hey, aren't they saying that there's possibly? Or I saw something that's saying there's still one more clone around. Bro, imagine if they brought like eons into this at some point. I feel like if they were to ever do that, right, and like even try to hint at that type of shit, like it would be after the main storyline of Genshin's over. You know what I mean? Then they would like fully do an integration. Like that would be a way to keep the game running further. You know what I mean? Oh, almost like if you look at Teyvat as a Amphoria style thing. Eventually, we'll get Amphorius in the world of Honkai, right? But it's like, you look at once the storyline of Teyvat's over, like it gets then somehow integrated into the whole Honkai world. I don't know. Or we see more of a mix into the Honkai world. That'd be crazy, right? That's how they keep their game running, though. Real shit. That would be the way, right? Once we get to the conclusion and say that, how else do you keep it going other than like expanding out into space? Although, how long can they run on UE4? Oh wait, no, this is Unity. Never mind, I lied. Where was I going? Oh, Durin. Don't. Look, Radish tries to say that shit all the time, bro. Look, I didn't play HI3. So, like, I know a lot of people got fucking super hype, especially with Star Rail's latest stuff, but for me, I mean, I guarantee a bunch of people, like, jizz their pants when fucking Cyrene said ego, you know what I mean? Like, I could just imagine the explosions that happened. But I have seen people, oh, what if Finon is the Heavenly Principles? Another thing, you know what? You know, another thing she kind of said in that video was like the moons just kind of let him walk in and kind of just like gave him the power to do stuff. But like, that's not my, like, he was powerful. Like, it wasn't as though they gave him the power to do stuff. It was just like, he came in and did it. And like, what were they gonna do? Like, put up the full defensive shield? Like, I don't know. Like, how did that, what is the, you know what? What is the, yeah. Well, I'm just, like, also, too, the power rankings here, like, basically, it almost seems like it goes Primordial 1, Moons, at this, oh no, it'd be like Primordial 1, Nibelung, Moons, Shades. But it's like, I still felt like, at one point, I thought that it almost seemed like the Shades power was basically ripped off of the Moons. Well, I don't know that. Because they encompass the same, obviously, the 4 shades and, you know, life, death, space, time. But like, are they, is their power ripped from the moons, or is it power that is just from the primordial one that's meant to kind of match the moons? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Half and half? Half and half sounds good. Like, it's interesting, right? It's just, there's so... I still feel like there's a lot we can kind of come to conclusions on, but at the end of the day, there's still so much that's just left up to speculation. And it's what it makes that Paimon line even more annoying. Oh, so that's the full story. It's like, yeah, but nah. Like, no, it's not. What did the third Moon Sister think about everything happening? You know what I mean? Like, what did she think it'd be cool to be peaceful? Or did she think Nibelung was the answer? Or did she, hey, maybe she thought let's stick with the HP. We don't know what the third Moon Sister thought. Even though she just said that, that's why I don't get why she said there that the other two, because it wasn't the other two, it was only one. Oh, god damn it, I hit the wrong button. Okay, I didn't read that at all. I don't know. I still don't want the Heavenly Principles. Fuck the Heavenly Principles. I can't wait to blow up Celestia. Wake up, motherfucker! Bonk! And do we assume that it was just because Nibelung was corrupted so bad that he thought the only solution was to imprison them? Like, why is that, like, the solution he came to? Is to, like, oh, let me imprison. Like, I get it. Oh, he thought he was betrayed, right? But it's like, why imprisonment? Like, why not talk to him and figure it out? You know what I mean? Like, why was imprisonment the answer? She said the other two because the last one we know, she did not choose the heavenly... Wait, what? Hold on. She said the other two because the last one we know that she did not choose... The last one we know that she did not choose the heavenly principles because no one out of the three loved him, and at the same time she was not specifically said that she sided with the Dragon King, so it can only be assumed she stayed neutral. Yeah, and to use their power, but like think about it that way. Think about it though. If one of them said to side, the other two are like stay neutral, is like, okay, well why not like talk to them? Like what happened in between that it was like, let me grab y'all and just imprison you? You know what I mean? Like why wasn't there a meeting? You know? Why weren't we talked to? Yeah, he felt betrayed, but like, and he probably was just roid raging because of the abyss, right? Like he probably wasn't even thinking, oh, let me have a meeting. He was just fucking abyss raging, right? You would think a leader would try to at least talk to him or something, you know? Like, hey guys, like, why don't you actually reconsider staying neutral then, and you know, come fight with me. But no, he just like, no, I'm imprisoning y'all. Fuck y'all. You know what I mean? Just seems like it just seems like, oh, y'all are in jail now. Y'all, they didn't even get a fucking trial. You know what I mean? Like, sheesh. Bro just came down full fucking. Nope, this is what's happening. I mean, he is abyss raging. There's no, I mean, it is abyss raging. Yeah, obviously all of what you said is true, but like, there had to have been some type of talk in between, right? I guess that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Did he try to talk to him at all, or he just took him? And if there wasn't a talk, it's because he was corrupted by the abyss. I believe that if he wasn't corrupted by the abyss, he probably would have tried to talk to him if he didn't try to talk to him. You know what I mean? That's why I say abyss rage. What is going on in the middle up here? It's just a... Yeah, but that'd be dumb for a leader to do, no? You know what I mean? That'd be dumb for a leader. Yeah. Well, right, and that's what I'm saying. That's why he roid raged. He saw them as enemies. He fucking abyss raged. Hey, maybe if he did sit down and talk to him, hey, maybe things could have gone differently. I don't know. Maybe they could have devised a better plan together. Bro, what are you talking about? Why would you talk to someone that you know betrayed you? Because to get the full story, what do you mean? Obviously. To get the... Why is this not checked off? Oh, wait. What? Oh, did I not fully get 5,000 points? Of course you talk to somebody. At some point, even if they were in prison. Like, you would talk to them. I don't know. You'd figure something out. Well, you just defaulted to imprisoning them. That's crazy. Why would he get the full story? Alright, Varka. No reason. Just Abyss Rage. That worked. Hey, just Abyss Rage. That worked out well for him, didn't it? Ah, that's great. Ah, that's great. Yeah, hell yeah. Just Abyss Rage. You don't need the full story. Fuck it. Yep, how'd that work for him? Oh yeah, that's right. It didn't. Why would you talk to him, though? Bro, what is... Get up in there, man! Oh, that was a nice little combo right there. Dude, no! Okay. Boom! Yo, can we get 5,000 points, please? Hello? Why was that one so annoying? That's what I mean. Do we know that he didn't talk to them? For sure? Yeah, Bo, point. Heavenly Principles took his land, the Moon Sisters are living with him in harmony. Yeah, exactly. So right, yeah, I mean, oh yeah, but let's stay neutral, guys. Let's not get involved. Oh, well, what does that look like? You're starting to understand my points now. What does that look like? Oh, wow, yeah, guys, no, we shouldn't get involved. Let's just stay where we are. This guy seems fine. Yeah, hell yeah, we got like apples and wine all day. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh my god. But no, let's just stay neutral. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're neutral, guys. We got apples and wine all day, though. Shut up. Shut up, stupid bitch. That's why you got blown up. Stupid Moon Sister. Actually deserved. That's alright, you don't have to understand. That's alright. I can't explain it any differently. I need this other intel point up here. Oh wait, that's the other way. Oh, dude. Bro, hello? Wait, is that even the right L? Oh my god. Wrong elevator. Live in harmony is from his point of view. Exactly. Exactly.
No more lies.
Which is why she's stupid. This was the last one I needed. Oh! What's wrong, buddy? She's stupid for thinking he wouldn't see it like that. And, I mean, they could have just been chilling. Who knows? Maybe they did have apples and wine. Or maybe they didn't. Of course, Mr. Dev is an excellent businessman. Yes, he's great. Who is the she that you called stupid? The moon. Frost Moon, who thought that being neutral is a smart thing to do. Or that it wouldn't be misinterpreted. Yeah, sugar sculptures for sure. Wait, what? Oh.
Add astro.
Oh, man. Well, oh, trust me, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think it matters either way. I agree. I agree with you there. But like, what? Oh. Yeah, he was like obviously mad about it. They did not do their job and wanted to punish them. I mean, yeah, perhaps, perchance. But like, that's what I'm saying though. Did he just come down and wanted to punish them? Because think about it, he made them. They're like his kids, man. They're like his kids. Like, you're just gonna come in and imprison your kids? I get you're pissed. But like, was he only that pissed because he was corrupted by the Abyss? Like, if he came back and wasn't corrupted by the Abyss, would he have been pissed and been like, hey guys, what the fuck happened? Hey, what happened? Can we like figure this out? To be fair, if he wasn't corrupted by the Abyss, the one wouldn't have wanted to not be with him anyway. So all three of them probably would have decided to, hey, let's join back with our papa and fucking kick this motherfucker out. A lot of what ifs, right? A lot of what ifs at the end of the day. A lot of what ifs. What if he wasn't corrupted? What if they were stronger? What if she didn't decide to stay neutral? Or didn't say she wants to stay neutral? A lot of what ifs. But yeah, I mean, like, Yeah, I mean, but that's what I mean. Yeah, if he went straight to action, I mean, I gotta partially, in my opinion, I gotta partially blame it on, you know, a little bit corruption. You know, I mean, I think a logical, if he was leading for that long, and you know, he probably would have taken a bit of a little more logical approach. And because think about it, if he would have talked to him, they may have come up with a plan. Like I said, they may have been able to come up with a plan. If he got the full story of everything. Like, yo, he came down, bro, but he's way too powerful. Like, we couldn't do shit, Dad. Dad, we couldn't do shit, man. Dad, we couldn't do shit. You see how powerful this motherfucker is? You see how powerful this dude is? Why the fuck you blaming us? What, you want us to die, Dad? What the fuck? You know what I mean? But nah, he just, like, Nibelung acted so irrationally, man. He's just irrational. He's irrational. But oh, now that you're back, let's see, this is what could have happened. Oh, now that you're back, you know, maybe we could figure out a plan. Maybe we could figure out a plan to work together instead of you throwing us, imprisoning us. Now we don't want to help you at all. You could have used all their brain power. And, come up with a plan, perhaps?
A raging torrent that surges through the mind. More often than not.
Well, like I said, that's a lot of what ifs, and that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you could throw what ifs all the way to the beginning, right? But this is where we're at. This is where we're at.
You'll end up tearing yourself to pieces.
We got a moon goddess through a moon gate. We got a missing Fatui Harbinger with the power of 2 moons. And possibly a moon himself, or some resemblance of a false moon. We got supposedly everybody dumbfounded, not knowing what the hell's going on. I mean, if they couldn't find him once, if they couldn't find him this whole time, they had no idea what was going on, how are they gonna find him now? Alice and Nicole are supposedly still dealing with something on the border. There's a lot that... I mean, we say it every patch, though. We'll get the answers next patch, surely. And we get 3 answers and get 20 questions. Right? That's the way of the... that's the way of the Hoyo universe. Alright. I think I'm chilling. Alright, well, that was interesting. I'm gonna go chill. Good talks, good talks, good talks, good vids, good videos. Everyone enjoy your evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you're at. And yeah. Alright, man. Peace out.